It's for elections, how much they cost. Oh. I guess we'll talk about it. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:05 and we are live.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Regular Commission Meeting of October 7th, 2025. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga.
Here.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May.
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner May will lead us in the invocation and Commissioner Segrich will lead us in the pledge.
I use the mic or not?
Yeah. You want people to hear me?
I guess I do want people to hear me. I forgot I was doing this though. So we're going to go with a moment of silence and do with that with what you wish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I received a request to move unfinished business A to after consent.
Unfinished business.
After
That's
consent?
the task order with Ziskovich.
Yeah,
By whom?
but why? I mean,
By several staff in finance and leisure services.
they want to go home?
It's not that they want to go home, it's that the people from Ziskovich were here at the oh, I'm sorry, no, that's the wrong one. I completely apologize. It's
Never
the
mind.
Street Painting Festival.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
New business A, because they were here at the last meeting and we
Yep.
never got to
Okay,
them.
we were very bad about that. Okay, so new business A will be moved to,
To follow consent.
okay. And I want to pull consent D, Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation. And that could be presentation D.
D as in dog.
D as in dog.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I would just like to ask my colleagues for a small favor. Late last night, as we all know, we were here late. I misunderstood one of the motions. I mistakenly thought I was voting on east of A1A for discussion, not the final version. My mistake. And it's important to me that the record accurately reflect my actual position. So I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to correct my error. And I respectfully request that we amend our agenda to revote that item. And I'm not quite sure how the mechanism is for that, but it wouldn't change anything, wouldn't change any outcomes, but it would correct the record.
We have a vote and it's been recorded.
Yes, and I'm just saying it was my error. I misunderstood where we were in the process. It was late. I fully accept that it was my error, but as I say, it would be important to me to correct that if there was a way to do that. And maybe the attorney has a thought on, is there any way for us to do that? I don't know.
The only thing I'm aware of that you can do is move to reconsider matter. And there's that process in your rules that you can request to make a motion to reconsider the item and you all vote as a body on whether or not to reconsider that. And then if you agree to reconsider it, you can put it on this agenda or a subsequent agenda for reconsideration.
So we would have to come back on another agenda?
It could be tonight on this agenda, but you would take the matter up again to reconsider it.
But not talk about it.
No, I would just change my vote. I wouldn't expect anybody else to change their votes. it would just correct where I was.
Gotta pay attention, Mr.
Do you remember which item it was?
Yeah, I know it's.
I mean, I know which one it was,
Yeah.
but do you?
East of 95 or
The East of 95 one, I don't remember
So
the
make a
letter
motion.
of it anymore, but I
Make a
could
motion.
probably look it up. So I make a motion to add that to our
what's the
agenda
motion to reconsider?
at whatever point. And it's not really a reconsidering.
That's
no
the
discussion.
mechanism.
That's
Yeah.
the way to bring it up. So
Okay. Make a motion to reconsider as expeditiously as possible with as minimal time from my
Well,
colleagues.
if you keep talking. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, is there a second? It's just been a long day.
Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of reconsidering it
Aye.
Aye.
and putting it on and putting it on this and
Yeah, at any convenient point. That
okay.
doesn't matter.
I would say new business at the end.
Sure.
So, all right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of doing this?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Yeah, I don't like it. Um,
Well, you're the tiebreaker.
aye, nay, nay. Aye, it's not worth it.
So we
We're just gonna, we put at the end motion, then somebody make a motion to put it at the end of the agenda.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate.
Well, make a
the
motion to
pers-
put it at the end of the agenda.
Oh,
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
we can vote for all the changes as one vote under amended agenda, and I'll just add it in there.
okay, so we'll put it under new business D, I guess, or something.
May I just say something, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
Commissioner McVoy, I just want you to remember that these are what we call moments of grace from the dais. And I appreciate you bringing this forward immediately to ratify and rectify it on your vote. But these are the things that, make the dais work together as a body.
yeah, and I appreciate your professional courtesy and consideration on it. Thank you.
And we hope you remember it. Okay. No, so it's just,
Yeah.
we work together up here. It's 5 individuals and we do the best we can. Okay, so we're going to pull domestic awareness. We're going to do, Madam May, Miss May, you have. your
I like
hand.
Madam May.
Madam May.
Okay, so excuse me, as we were talking about at the pre-agenda meeting, I
Mhm.
would like to pull the public hearing A
Okay,
to come back at the next meeting after having. So when I don't know yet. So just give me a second. Okay, go ahead. Tell me the
we're
legals.
just gonna, so leave that one on the agenda. When we get to it, we'll open it and then you can continue
Ah.
it to a date certain. if you want
Perfect.
to move.
Okay, so don't pull it off.
Re-advertise.
Okay, so leave it and then we'll
Okay,
continue to date certain.
okay. So,
And I-
But can we change some of it?
you're getting annoying. No.
I've been told.
You can open the hearing, you can discuss it, you can make changes, and you can continue the public hearing to a date certain at that
Right.
point, where it would come back to
Or we could-
continue the second public hearing.
We could start it and continue it to time certain and finish up the conversations there, because I think the point is that some of us want to have a one-on-one with the department to, okay.
So you can
All right.
have a portion of the hearing tonight and then continue it, or you can just push it all off, continue it at the start to next time.
Okay,
So
thanks.
you'll bear that in mind. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So do I have a motion to accept? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Segrich.
I would just ask that the item that we are reconsidering, that we push that as far up on the agenda. So we just take care of it and get out of the way, just in case we do not finish the agenda and then it's left out there hanging for staff. So
I
If we're gonna do
totally
it, let's
defer
just-
to everybody else on that.
put it at the front of the agenda and take care of it.
I agree.
Doesn't matter. Fine, wherever you want to put it.
I agree.
Fine.
I'm fine with that.
So we'll put it after public hearings, I guess. I mean, we're gonna get going. We got proclamations we have to do. Where do you want to put this?
Right after the approval of the minutes.
Before consent? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, did you get that?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we're please time us tonight for 5 minutes for everything, if you would.
I would be happy to.
I thank you. All right, presentations. We have here Erica Whitfield, District 4 School Board Member, our very own school board member. And we are so happy to have you up here again. She's going to give us a little update.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Whitfield. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for having me here tonight. I appreciate it. Every year I try to come and visit each one of my cities one time. I know I've been to see you guys recently, but this is the generic update that I'm going to give you. So I put myself out here for you all so I can give you a little update on what's going on in our schools, and then also be here to answer any questions that you might have, anything that I can help you to understand better about what's going on in your school system. So first of all, I'm very proud that we are an A-rated school system yet again. We're very happy for this. We had a little bit of a blip a few years ago. We went to a B. We're back to an A, very solidly so right now. So we're quite proud of that. The schools in Lake Worth Beach have been doing well. Hold on, I brought the grades actually to tell you. I'm just going to flip to the right page. To let you know things are going okay here. We're doing all right. So right now, North Grade remains an A and the rest of the schools are C's. But I want you to understand that the schools within Lake Worth Beach have been working so hard and they're all just like millimeters away from getting those B's. So I think we should all be very proud of the work that they're doing, how hard they're working. And we're going to be looking forward to having great school grades in this upcoming year. The biggest issue that we've seen recently within the school district, and many of you have probably heard this, is the students that did not show up for the school year this year. So this has been a high priority for me and really everyone at the school board, because the funding within the school district follows the student. So when you have a student that does not come to the school system, that money does not come with them as well. And so it ends up being that we are having a shortfall due to that right now. So within the school system, we are down, as of our 11-day count estimates, we're down 5,516 students. So that equates to a little bit over $45 million that we are down. Due to the superintendent doing a hiring freeze, we were able to mitigate a lot of that loss. And so now we are able to estimate it at about 25 million that we are short. What that meant for the schools in Lake Worth Beach and all over the county, specifically Lake Worth Beach was pretty badly affected by this, is that the students were not in the schools, so we could not have teachers for them. So teachers had to be shifted. And so as our favorite teacher, Miss May, knows, we have had to readjust where all of the teachers are. So in certain schools, when they do have additional students, and some schools did go up in number of students, we moved some of the teachers over to follow those students. But here in Lake Worth, the Lake Worth High School was down about 400 students from where they anticipated being. And so that is a very large shift in the number of people that we can have in our building that we can afford to have teach the students. So we were able to make those shifts. As I said, we're down still about 25 million. We are a very large school system. We have a lot of funding coming in from those sources, and we were able to balance that out mostly. But it is something that is important for you all to know, especially here in Lake Worth Beach, when we are looking at the success of our schools going forward. And this is a trend within our community. I did go have a chance to visit many of the schools here and talk to the principals about the lack of students. I went over to Lake Worth Middle School, had a really great conversation with her. She actually was one of the ones that lost the most number of teachers. So she had 13 teachers that she had to move to other locations. She ended up redoing her whole schedule because of it. She's a wonderful principal, did a really good job with readjusting under this new world, and everybody got new schedules because of it. But what they did is they went out and looked to try to find out where the students were. So they went to their homes or their last known address to look to see if they were there. Some of the students were not home. They had clearly moved to another area. Some families said that they just weren't comfortable coming out. And so I think this is the reality of what we have to live in right now, is understanding that this is what is impacting these children's lives. And I'm worried about their education going forward, because we need them to be in school. Being in school has so many aspects to it, beyond just the education, which obviously is very important. We would like them to be able to get all the other services we offer, as far as making sure that they're getting breakfast, lunch, and supper. That's a big part of what we do. Making sure they get their services for any disability that they may have, making sure that they have access to any other services that they may need. Schools are a large part of a community. So if people moved out of the area, we understand. But if they're not coming to school, and this is my biggest message to the city of Lake Worth Beach, if you know of children that are not in the school, we need them to come as soon as possible, get them into school, because we want to make sure that they do not get behind in their education and that they don't fall through any cracks. So we have checked, we have sent people to people's homes. Some parents are saying that they're homeschooling. That's fine, as long as we're getting them homeschooling. And if that's a concern for families and they want homeschooling, then we can assist them to make sure that they have that. We have a homeschool department that can work on that. But this is a very big part of how we make sure that our school system continues to go forward. And something that I've really cared a lot about. The other thing I want to assure the community about is the concerns that we've had at Lake Worth High School recently. There's been some, moments of stress over there. I've been to visit. I want you to know that your principal is very much on top of this. Your staff is very much on top of this. We have a lot of funding coming into that school to assist with additional security. So we are going to be adding, and you'll be seeing these hopefully upcoming. It was something that was actually already in the works, but has been expedited even further for additional security cameras, additional fencing, and to make sure that we're fully staffed when it comes to security at our schools. So we're making sure to continue to do that. So hopefully that will allay some concerns from the community for Lake Worth High School, and let you know that, we are looking into, there was some questions about whether or not we should have one lunch or two. This is the first year that we have one lunch period. Everybody kind of went through the process of making that decision at the school. They're still with it right now because it does determine the entire schedule of the day. But they will be reconsidering that. And they're taking into consideration the concerns from teachers when it comes to that. So I want you to know that I've been there many times. We have a lot of staff that have been there to try to assist and make sure that we get through this time, but it has been a bumpy road. I don't want to lie to anybody about this last few weeks at Lake Worth High School, but I want you to know it's very calm right now. Everything's doing really well. The students are very happy and very, and it's really gotten a lot better. And the children that caused those problems are not in our schools anymore. They're gone. They're still going to have an opportunity for education, just at alternative schools. And then other thing I wanted to mention to you all is that we have on November 5th, we have a workshop coming up at the school board that means a lot to me. I think this is a really important thing that we're doing is we're relooking at our choice programs. So choice programs are what used to be called magnets many years ago. And with our choice programs, certain children have the opportunity to go and try different routes of education. So you might be interested in arts and you go to an art school. You might be interested in dual language. So you go to a dual language school. We have many different options that you have out there that you can do. Within this choice workshop, we are going to be looking at and our staff has been working on this for quite some time, so it's not all happening at this meeting, but we are looking at all of the offerings that we have throughout the district to make sure we're providing the appropriate options in all the right places and that there is a geographic appropriate spread of where these different opportunities are, and to make sure that we're putting our resources in the right places. And the part that I think is the most important for the city and for every business leader in this community is that we're also looking at our vocational and technical opportunities throughout this process. So we want to make sure that if there is a business in our community and they would like to have an employee, that we are providing the education to our students so that they can become that employee, so that we have our students coming out with the job skills ready to go for the jobs that are out in Palm Beach County right now. So the way that we're going to be doing that, and the way that I'm asking everyone to do that, is to please let us know if there is a business or someone that would like to engage further with our school system. I had an opportunity last year to go to Dallas on the Economic Council trip. And one of the things that I learned was that in Dallas, they have the same number of people that we do. However, they have twice as many industry. They have more businesses, more people engaging, and more people specifically engaging within their schools to help create job opportunities for the students. And that's something that I think we need to work towards here. So through this process, I'm hopeful that we can draw in the businesses in our community to the school system to create those supportive relationships so that they can hopefully help us as we develop this process through the choice and technical and career options within our schools. This is a process we're going through. I think it's something that's big that the school district is doing. And so in all of my presentations to my municipalities, I've been talking to them about it, had a few people reach out and talk to me about their ideas about things that they need. But I would like to put that out for Lake Worth Beach, make sure that you all can share that we are very interested in partnering with businesses, and that I would like to understand, how we can do better as a school system in providing for our communities. Let me see, maybe cover everything that I wanted to do. Okay, I'll stop there and see if you guys have any questions. I have so much stuff,
Thank you
but
very much.
I'll stop there.
Thank you for coming tonight. by the
Absolutely.
way.
Yeah.
Mr. McBoy.
Yes, thank you for coming and thank you for serving on the school board and thank you for your dedication to education. As I think most people know, that's a big priority for me too. I also have been aware of the reduction in attendance, mentioned it yesterday. Has the school district put in place any policies as far as allowing ICE or any other law enforcement involved in immigration within certain distances of schools? Because and also, have you looked carefully at the numbers? Of course, if people move out of the area, they move out of the area. That happens. People do that. People relocate for various reasons. But my sense from people on the ground in at least some of the schools, it's very clearly an immigration fear related situation that people are just not feeling safe to send their kids.
Absolutely.
Has the school district considered or has the board considered putting in any sort of policy? I know there was a request from one of the principals, keep those people away from our school.
So let
Seems
me,
like a pretty reasonable request.
let me start with the number one most important issue, which is the school district is here to follow the laws of the United States, of the state of Florida. So we will. However, we are very careful with our students because we understand that if our children do not feel safe in our schools, they will not come and we cannot do our job. And so it's very, very important that they feel safe and welcome in our school system. We do have looked at the numbers of the students that are not coming. We have lost some to the vouchers. That is a small percentage. Definitely lost some to moving out of the area, which may also be immigration related. And then we do know there is quite a bit of fear. Most of the students that we've lost are English language learners. We can categorize that. So that's a student that's come into this country in the last 2 years and is still learning the language. And so when you categorize it that way, we can reasonably assume that it has some impact related to immigration. So we do worry about that. I want it to be very clear to the community that no one has come on to any school campus in Palm Beach County and looked for children or tried to do anything along those lines. We have talked to our principals. We have been very clear about making sure that families feel protected. We will have to comply with laws, but we will make sure that all paperwork is in order before anything like that happens. So we feel pretty comfortable inviting people to continue to come to our schools. And if anything changes, we will let you know about that. But right now we are in a fairly good situation where it hasn't happened. And I feel the schools are fairly good. But we cannot make any assurances as there's a limit to our authority at the school board. So.
But there are a number of organizations, synagogues, churches, school districts. I'm sure you're aware of the former director of the Miami-Dade school system moved to Los Angeles, and they made a very clear policy. You will not come onto our campuses.
Yeah.
And you will not come within a certain distance. When you say that, we want the families to feel safe, we want them, but if you don't do any policy, then it's just talk.
Yeah.
And so I would hope. I received a passionate request from one of the parent-teacher liaisons.
Yeah.
Please, school district, do something.
Yeah.
And I have personal connection to families, and it's a real issue.
Yeah, it is.
And
I agree with you.
I do appreciate that the American system is very strong. We want everybody to be educated, but you got to take some steps.
Thank you. And I think we're all aware of the terrible problems and know Erica's as well. Mr. Segrich? And I see Sarah, I see your hand up. You'll be after Mr. Segrich.
I was just curious, is the school district prohibited by law from making such a policy? Do you know?
the way that the laws generally work, and you all understand this, is that our limitations go to a certain level, and then the state can make a law that oversees us. There's not a lot that we can do when it comes to the state rules. We are very much committed to protecting children, but it's definitely we're in Florida, and so we must follow Florida rules.
Yeah, it's getting a little frustrating from the dais. We keep asking organizations to violate the law. And at some point, it has to be said that, these laws exist and organizations have to follow them. And so
I think the
In
most
terms-
important thing for us right now is really knowing that we would like to make sure that every child has an opportunity for education, and whatever way we can do to make sure and ensure that that happens, that's what I would like to help. And if with the commission's support, reaching out to the community, making sure that people will at least contact us and let us know where the children are so that we can make sure they're getting as many accommodations as they possibly can.
So one of the biggest challenges that was presented to me by the education task force was the issue of attendance.
Mhm.
And primarily attendance was linked positively to mentorship programs. And we would strongly encourage the school board to continue with the support of that. I know we as a city are supporting that. But one of the others was interesting was the 2-mile busing radius. And the scenario was presented where many families have multiple children, some that are in the middle school, some in the high school, some in the grammar school. And the older siblings will be 2 miles from their school, the younger siblings 2 miles from their school, but 4 miles apart from school to school. And the older sibling has to walk the younger sibling there, and then it starts raining. And of course, might as well go home. You're walking right past it. Is there anything you can think of ways that either the city can help with that, or changes to that radius that you could see them doing to help try to increase some of that attendance through access to safe transportation? Because we hear a lot, in our city, unmarked white vans picking up children and bringing them to school,
Yes.
which, doesn't sound safe. Maybe it is a good organization doing it. But it seems like it could be something that might be a school board kind of.
So I just want to assure you that I am well aware of this practice. We have put into place specifically for our Lake Worth Middle School students. We made sure that there was a bus that picked up every student on the other side of 95 from the school. So we have put buses in place there. However, I cannot make people take the bus. That has been kind of a frustration because I understand that families are paying money out of their own pockets for these rides, and I don't want anyone to be at an expense that they don't need to, especially a family that could probably use that money for other things. So we have put buses throughout all of that area to try to protect students and allow them to get across the highway safely. However, if there's any suggestions you all have on how we can encourage people to use the buses, I would love that. We have gone through our schools. We've gone through the families that they are definitely more comfortable with their options, and the families have a right to choose their own transportation to school. But we do have the opportunity available for the families. And so if that's through a different communication method, maybe we can. And I've talked to principals and obviously to Miss Taylor at Lake Worth Middle School, and she has expressed the same concern that people are spending money they don't need to and riding with people that have not been vetted by the school board, but hopefully been vetted by the parents. So as long as the children are getting there safe, obviously we're fine with that. But I wanted to make sure we were providing any opportunities for the families so that they could come safely to the school, but I can't make them.
Or those buses, they're just picking up at a set location. So any of the students that walk there will get that.
Standard bus. Yeah.
Maybe communicating some of that to some of the organizations that are helping these families that are living in fear, trying to find alternative ways. They might not know. I'm working with the educational task force.
Yeah.
They never mentioned the buses, but those particular buses, and we talked about this issue at length, as well as the crossing of 95. So I don't even think they were necessarily aware of the pickup
Happy to come
locations.
to your meeting too. Let me know and I'll come.
So understanding where those are, maybe we can help publicize that to various organizations, somehow get it out to the families because maybe they're not
Yeah.
aware.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica, for being here. I'm sorry I'm here via Zoom. One of the things that I hear you saying, we want to think outside the box. Have we considered going to a hybrid Zoom model for kids to attend from home for extenuating circumstances such as what we're facing right now? Has that ever been talked about from the school board? And do you think that they would consider such an option?
So we actually do have options available right now. We have Florida Virtual School, which is a way that you can do complete education online. That's a charter school through the state. We also have locally a Palm Beach Virtual School that we have available. But there's many options for doing online education or homeschooling education where we supply the curriculum for you. So there's many ways that people can do it. I think my biggest concern is that they may not be aware of it or taking advantage of these opportunities. And we want to make sure that we do. And through our principals and our staff, we have definitely been trying to communicate this to them. But there's definitely a possibility for a disconnect between the families and the school system at this point.
Is there a way that maybe we can request you or the educational task force to do a presentation to Bridges, to Guatemala Center, to the Haitian community to let them know that these are options that are viable and valuable, and we want our kids in school no matter how we have to get them there?
And I'd be happy to send staff to do a presentation if there was an opportunity, if there's a way to do that. That's something that we'd be happy to do. I think this is all part of the awareness, and I appreciate your support and your ideas.
I think that if maybe Commissioner Segrich, since the educational task force is something that you're involved in, maybe that we can get them to kind of help spearhead this and make this a priority.
Thank you. I'm on the Community Leadership Council meeting for the Lake Worth High School.
Oh,
And then
good.
Rebecca
Thank you.
from CHS, they do a really remarkable job.
Yes.
And what we're trying to do, one of the things we're trying to do is expand the kids. We talk about technical education, bringing in people that are entrepreneurs, people that started with nothing and made something to speak to the kids. You don't have to be this, or that. There's other things that you can do. And that's one of the things that we're working on a little speakers program. And she teaches
Love that.
financial education. It's a great program. So thank you for doing this and thank you for coming in.
Mimi has a
Mimi has
question.
a light on again.
Oh, sorry.
Or no.
She didn't have it.
No, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Erica. Just to piggyback off of what Vice Mayor Maligo was saying, the Florida Virtual, is that a bilingual program? I'm not sure.
Don't think so.
So that might be a little bit of an issue. You said the homeschool program?
So if you sign up for homeschool through us, we will actually give you all of the materials.
So
that
you get a curriculum to
You
go.
can get one, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
A lot of parents will sign up through a different route. And obviously, if you do your own homeschooling at home, you can get the step up dollars through the voucher program. And you can take that funding to purchase your own curriculum as well. So there's many opportunities and options for families in the
Right.
state of Florida. But we want to make sure that that is getting to every student. And that's my big worry. I just think in 2 years, some of these children will come back to us and they may be behind, which is like
Which
the
they already
pandemic
are,
all over again.
unfortunately. Yeah. And the other group would be the adoptive family, when you're putting that together, the adoptive family.
Yeah.
Because I was talking to the director there, and she was
Mhm.
saying the same thing, that the kids that are going to school and are going to adoptive family after school, they're okay and they feel safe.
Mhm.
So getting that message out from family to family, maybe even. So
I think that's a good one.
adoptive family. I can hook you up. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I
Thank you guys so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you very much. Have a great
Absolutely.
evening.
If y'all ever need me, please reach out. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, but was there a motion, second, and vote on the amended agenda?
Maybe not.
I motion to amend the agenda.
Do I have a second? I just got so caught up. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping us in line. Okay, up next, we have a proclamation declaring October 2025 as LGBT History Month, and I will read that. And we have Julie here tonight from Compass. Whereas LGBT History Month is an annual month-long observance of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender history and the history of the gay rights and related civil rights movements. And whereas LGBT History Month first originated in the United States, founded in 1994 by Missouri high school history teacher Rodney Wilson, who chose October as the month for the celebration because National Coming Out Day occurs on October 11th, and the first National March on Washington for lesbian and gay rights by LGBTQIA plus people took place in October of 1979. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach recognizes that gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning intersexual and asexual people, Americans, have made and continue to make great and lasting contributions that continue to strengthen the fabric of our society as they continue to struggle for equity and equal rights for the LGBTQA plus residents and city employees. And whereas LGBTQ History Month reminds both LGBTQIA plus and wider communities of important roles that LGBTQIA plus people have taken in creating the social, legal, and political worlds we live in today. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach is committed to the academic success of all youth and to removing barriers to that end, and we believe that the LGBTQIA plus youth and their families should feel included and safe to learn without the fear of harassment or discrimination. And whereas LGBTQIA plus educators, students, and families should be supported to live in an affirming community and live their lives with dignity and respect. And whereas community-based organizations such as Compass have partnered with our city, other community leaders, and the school district of Palm Beach County to educate, support, and provide resources to promote safe learning environments for all families. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach appreciates and recognizes the importance of LGBTQ History Month as an effective means of educating and calling to action its citizens to work together to promote equal protection of all residents and city employees, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as LGBT History Month. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed on the 7th day of October 2025. Would you like to come up?
I was listening to Miss Whitfield's report. My name is Julie Sievert. I'm the executive director of Compass, the LGBTQ Community Center. And hearing Erica talk about the plight of our students and our youth, I was thinking about this proclamation and how more than ever this year, this proclamation are not just words on a paper. They mean visibility and respect and inclusion for the focused population that Compass specializes in. And the only thing we're trying to do is keep kids alive. And so proclamations like this tell our students and our greater community that, you know, visibility matters and that you matter, and that collectively our stories and our progress and our struggles, and yes, sometimes our victories, are all part of our collective history. So I really appreciate this proclamation. Thank you.
Anybody else want to?
We'll do this a couple times tonight. Okay, next up, we have Customer Service Week, and I see a lot of our customer service people here today, so I'm happy to read this. We have an amazing staff. Whereas a thriving free enterprise system provides consumers with a wide range of goods and services from which to choose. And whereas the most successful businesses are those that display a strong commitment to customer satisfaction. And whereas today foreign competition as well as consumer demands are requiring a greater corporate efficiency and productivity. And whereas if the United States is to remain a leader in the changing global economy, highest quality customer service must be a personal goal of every employee in business and industry. And whereas a business built on customer service understands and anticipates the customer's needs and designs goods and services to meet those needs. And whereas a business or government will do a better job of providing high quality goods and services by listening to its employees and empowering them with opportunities to make a difference. And whereas customer service professionals work in the front lines, where an organization meets its customers and where supply meets demand. You know what I'm talking about. And with responsive policies and procedures and with simple courtesy, customer service professionals can go a long way towards ensuring customer satisfaction. So now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 6th to the 10th, 2025 as Customer Service Week and invite all citizens of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida to observe this week with appropriate programs and activities. And when you deal with our customer service people, please thank them for their work because they work very hard. Come on. Come on up, everybody. We got one over here. Thank you so much. I know. Especially when it's freezing up here. Oh, that was disgusting. Wasn't it? Yes. But we all did it. Never heard that. Would you calm down? Sorry. If you don't have fun up here, it's not worth it. Okay, so we have tonight Alicia Cox, who is our state attorney, and I thank her and her people from her domestic violence group, which she's going to come up and give a few words about. But first, let me read the proclamation. Whereas, and this subject dear to many of our hearts. Whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month is observed to raise awareness and support survivors. It has been recognized in our nation since 1987 and in the city of Lake Worth Beach since 2009, established in memory of triple homicide victims Yamika Murphy, Debbie Sears Johnson, and Ronald Anthony Wright. And whereas the National Crime Victimization Survey indicates that only about half of domestic violence incidents are reported to law enforcement. Other organizations also highlight that it is a severe, pervasive national crisis affecting countless individuals behind closed doors. And whereas in the year prior to the recent updates, the Florida Sheriff's Association reported more than 120,000 cases of domestic violence, and rates reported by the Florida Department of Children and Families show that 23.2% of women and 13.9% of men experience severe physical violence from an intimate partner. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach passed a zero tolerance domestic violence resolution in 2011 following the murder of Martha Anguilar, and is working with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and other agencies to provide awareness and prevention throughout our schools and community to eliminate intimate partner violence. Whereas in the month of October, during the Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we honor victims, celebrate survivors, and rededicate ourselves to breaking the cycle of violence. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed the 7th day of October 2025. Ms. Cox, would you like to address us?
Thank you, Mayor Resch. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this proclamation and joining us once again to support victims, crime victims in our community. It is great to be back in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And as I join you to recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, again, my name is Alexia Cox, and I am very proud to serve as the state attorney here in Palm Beach County. Just a few months ago, we were together in beautiful Bryant Park for our Souls for Justice walk supporting crime victims. And thank you again for your support in that effort. We were walking at that time to honor the rights of all crime victims. And tonight, here we are again with you all, with us standing strong as we bring attention to domestic violence and reaffirm our shared commitment to supporting survivors and breaking the cycle of abuse. This cause has been very close to my heart personally. Since the start of my legal career, I was handling domestic violence cases. I began as a prosecutor in our misdemeanor domestic violence unit that we affectionately call DOVE, and it's DO for domestic, V for violence, and the E is really special to us because it stands for elimination. And although, you know, that's a very lofty goal that we set to eliminate domestic violence, it still reminds us that it is something that we have to strive for each and every day. I also became the chief of our domestic violence unit, and I served in that role for about 12 years or so. So I've seen the courage that it takes for survivors to come forward and the power of community support like we have tonight. Today, I'm proud to be here with Assistant State Attorney Wendy Borrego, who's sitting here with me in the purple for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. She now leads our domestic violence unit as the chief of the unit. And I want to let you know that we've expanded our unit in response to, you know, the crimes that we've seen, and just making sure that we're doing everything that we can, using every tool available to us to help eliminate domestic violence. So we've expanded this unit, which now consists of 9 specialized prosecutors and 10 victim advocates, allowing us to better serve the community and manage caseloads more efficiently and effectively. Each victim is supported from the time they report a crime to the moment justice is served. Our domestic violence unit has a 90% conviction rate, but we also work to break the cycle. We've continued to offer our national award-winning first-time offender program, and it's special because it's a program that focuses on offender accountability, but also making sure that we connect victims to services in our community so the first time will be the last time. Domestic violence is not just a family issue, it's a community issue. It affects our neighbors, our coworkers, and our children. But when communities stand united like we are today, real change happens. And so I want to thank you all again. I want to thank the community also for being here. And the residents, I want you to know that it's because of your continued support and efforts like this that allows us to get up each and every day to continue working to eliminate domestic violence, working with our community partners, our justice stakeholders to do everything that we can to move the needle forward. So we want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate your efforts and your support, not just this month, but all year long. Thank you again. And I'm really, really honored to be here tonight to observe this important month. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the work that you're doing with domestic violence. One would think people learned by now that you shouldn't do that, but apparently not.
No.
So thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
we're going to come back. Okay. What you have to do. Okay. Yeah. What's happening? Wait, moving around. There we go. All right, I'll see you in the morning. Yeah. I mean, or your son, go mess up and get. See what he's like. Oh God, I've been to jail, in jails. I've been in death. I've been in the chair with the room with Sparky. Alrighty. I was in the jail for prison for when you start out in a juvenile facility and you end up in Stark in a room with the electric chair. It's horrible. But it's very interesting. You learn a lot. You're gonna learn a lot tomorrow. Okay, so public, when were we gonna do the reconsideration? Okay, so we'll have public participation of non-agenda items. We have only two cards. Okay. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Danielle Hartman. You try this one.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I was in attendance at last night's meeting, and I am in agreement with all who were there or commented online about their concern. Things were being rushed to push through charter articles for inclusion in referendums you want to have on the March ballot. You have had the unsolicited proposal from Copperline since early in the year, and you knew then that Mr. Penske was seeking referendums to our city charter to accommodate his project. However, you chose not to reactivate the Charter Review Committee, which could have begun working in the background, but rather you chose to focus on creating a policy and procedure for unsolicited proposals. Even as the year progressed, you did nothing to follow the previous very successful procedure of utilizing the Charter Review Committee. Instead, you waited until the September commission meeting to present the charter articles you wanted referendums on. I believe it was only because the residents insisted that you scheduled a special meeting to allow us to provide input, but that was set for last night. The most frequent comment concerned your bypassing of the Charter Review Committee and your pushing through of the referendums that are highly favorable for large development. Unfortunately, you didn't stop there. Even though we now have set 11 p.m. as a hard stop for such meetings, you managed to find a way around that and continued the meeting until well after 12 a.m. Even when I finally got to present a citizen-initiated charter article change, city manager vacancy, for discussion and inclusion, you just wanted to rush to adjourn the meeting. Only Commissioner Segrich felt that the submission deserved to be considered and provided direction to staff to provide the correct wording for a referendum. The behavior displayed showed a rogue mayor and commission who willingly ignored policy and procedures to get what they wanted. Consideration for resident input was pretty non-existent. We had to really push to get previous items already voted on, not to be put forward in the referendum. In the beginning, so as it really does seem valid that as members of the dais reach the 6-year mark in their term, your focus shifts from doing your job to providing for you to continue to be in it. In the beginning, you were very attentive to citizens' input and ideas. Now it seems you can't be bothered. You all seem to have your own agendas, and it does not include the residents. However, it does seem like retaining power is very motivating for you. If you're on your way out or just starting, remember this. You are only there because of the voters in this city. We put you in, and we can vote you out. In addition, as long as ICE operations are continuing in our country, don't schedule input for PBSO at any meetings that contain an agenda. We lost 30 to 45 minutes last night because of the input on this concern.
Thank you. Daniel Hartman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Danielle Hartman, 131 South Palm Way. I actually debated whether coming tonight, but I'm here because I know today is October 7th. 2 years ago today, 1,200 innocent victims were murdered, burned alive, mutilated, and I've been spending the day in reflection, remembering all the victims of terror. And on October 1st, here in our little city, the Erev Yom Kippur, which is the holiest day of the Jewish year, there was some graffiti at the Walgreens at 10th and Dixie. It wasn't really covered in the media. I only learned about it myself because another resident forwarded me a clip where Commissioner McVoy, I have to acknowledge, I saw you in the clip helping to cover up the anti-Semitic graffiti. And I have to say publicly, I don't agree with a lot of the things that you say, but I appreciate that you were there doing that. So thank you. We cannot tolerate hate speech in any form against any race, religion, or anyone. And I have to say, I feel like with most of you, I see you in the community. We have great relationships. I'm at a lot of things, and I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't more of a communication from the city, not about being Jewish, but just about no hate ever. Hate has no place in our little city against any religion or race or the LGBT community, and on and on and on. So I feel like the issue, this anti-Semitic graffiti, has not been talked about enough in our town. And I never thought in a million years moving to Lake Worth Beach that anything like that would ever happen. After October 7th, 2 years ago, the acts of anti-Semitism have just skyrocketed. It starts with graffiti, and then it evolves into much more hate and violence, and our town has no place for that. So I just want to raise it. I want it to be on the record that I appreciate and love all of you, and I admire you so much, but I just wish that you had all been a little bit more vocal on your Facebook pages, on your social media. Mayor Resch, I did see you acknowledge a post, but I wish that it had been more forceful about no hate, no place for hate in our community ever, ever, ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Steidler? I'm sorry?
Say close enough.
All
Steidler.
right. Thank you. Can you address first, please?
Yep. Ryan Steidler, 3208 Lake Osborne Drive. Last night's meeting was kind of embarrassing, but I'll start off with some of the positives. So it was nice to see you actually revoke that height limit one and to carve out the residential on the beach. But it doesn't make sense when you're up there saying that let the voters decide. You could have let them decide with every bit of that. Also, I want to say it was a positive to see that our mayor has a completely different attitude than a few months ago when discussing ICE and discussing PBSO, when you were misquoting the sheriff gleefully. And guess what? It ended up that you were totally wrong. And we see that you have a completely different attitude now. So I want to commend that. It was interesting, though, to see some of the things that did go through last night. And it is going to be big development in Lake Worth Beach. We have commissioners that claim to care a lot about the income coming in, but I haven't heard them break down the income coming in from WMOTA yet and from that entire debacle, where, by the way, we're giving away a $30 million property. Yes, you can shake your head all you want. That's what's being given away. You could have had that property sold, and as Kim Stokes said, who had a great presentation on it, and you would have been plus all that money. You could have sold that property, had them help pay for the garage. And here you were talking about a few meetings ago, well, maybe a few months ago, about how Green Acres and Palm Springs, that how they have nice new facilities and somehow they're not in debt. That's amazing. They're probably not giving away $30 million properties, which with what happened last night, that's just the beginning. If you think that we're going to see all kinds of proposals flooding into the city of Lake Worth Beach, and it will be interesting to see which ones get favored. Some of them do not, and some of them mysteriously get highly, highly favored and rubber stamped. We'll see which ones actually go through.
Thank you. Okay, now we have approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion? No, we don't do this. We haven't done it every month. Public part, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay. Consent agenda
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
We're
We're now doing the reconsideration of the potential charter amendments, the lease terms east of A1A.
So let's have, do we need another motion or just discuss it?
Well, I could restate the motion from last night and you could revote. I believe that's all Commissioner McVoy wants.
That's a very good idea. Thank you.
So the motion was made by Commissioner Segridge and seconded by Commissioner May to have an amendment on the ballot with a 99-year maximum lease term, carving out all residential and lodging uses.
Do I have a motion?
That's
That's the motion and the second, so it's just the
Okay.
revote.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Nay.
And Mr. McBoy is nay. Sarah, you voted? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, I said yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, moving on. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, new for public hearings. And I think
I'm
Ms.
sorry to pop in again, but now we're going to new business A, the agreement with Sunfest.
Oh, okay. Okay. New business A, Sunfest agreement.
Motion to approve the agreement with Sunfest.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a question and I don't know, I hope you can answer it.
Who's the second on that officially? Okay.
Stewart Sword Leisure Services.
Thank you. We got an email or a request from the high school, and I don't know if you can answer this, it's just because we need to send out there. They have been able in the past, like have a lemonade stand to raise money for their band or different things. And I'd like to know if that's going to be available. I don't know if it was last year, but I'd like to know if it's available to add that to the Sunfest agenda.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got Mr. Dan Good here. I'm not sure if we've seen that like solicitation yet for that, but
Come on up.
good evening.
Good evening.
Dan Good, Executive Director for Sunfest. So they were involved some last year through the food concessionaire that we worked with. So I would assume they would be involved again this year.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important to them to raise funds.
Yes.
And did we have T-shirts and stuff last year?
We did.
We did. Okay.
Yes, the merchandise was sold out, I believe, by the end of Saturday.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. May's lighted on.
Sorry.
No, it's not. Oh, I have a card. Ramsey McLeod.
No, I'm sorry. This was
Fine.
from the other thing.
You are forgiven.
Thank you, madam.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Having been a volunteer for this event for numerous years, I am happy to see we are continuing to support it. However, I do have a concern about this expense, leaving only $28,788 in the leisure services budget for all the other activities that go on for the rest of the year, such as bonfires on the beach, the Easter egg hunt, the raft race, etc. So my main concern is, with only that money left in their budget, has enough money actually been budgeted to cover the financial costs for all of these other events? If so, I didn't see it in the backup documentation.
Thank you. Okay, all in
Madam
favor?
Mayor, I have two comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think last, Did me in.
The first is from Ken Gross, M Street. Lake Worth Street Painting Festival has been a cornerstone of our community for over 20 years. Excuse me. But let's not forget what our community needs. I urge the Department of Leisure Services and the Commission to amend the contract to limit the number of food vendors allowed in attendance. The downtown core has too many vacant storefronts for rent and for sale signs. Let's please give local businesses a fair chance to earn the patronage of the estimated 100,000 participants of the Street Painting Festival so they can succeed year round. I don't mind the city spending $250,000 of my tax dollars to bring people to Lake Worth Beach for this event, but I want some sort of tangible benefit to the community, and I personally do not believe the art experience is enough. Please support the local businesses and amend the contract. Thank you for your time. And the second and last comment on this is from Thomas Tobin, 101 Southeast Coast Street. Our public schools in Lake Worth Beach need a lot of fundraising opportunities. The school budget has been decreased by the millions, and the children in Lake Worth Beach have a lot of unmet needs. During the Street Painting Festival, Lake Worth High School Band is able to sell lemonade to try to raise funds. The Safety Patrol at Highland Elementary School needs donations for their Washington, D.C. trip. Lake Worth Middle School needs funds for their athletic teams, band, and their popular pre-med engineering program. Not many have stepped up to donate, so having the fundraisers help the schools raise the rest of the necessary funds. Please allow for the Lake Worth Beach schools to host a fundraiser during the Street Painting Festival. That's the last comment on this item.
Okay, I have one more comment up here, Janet Serrano.
Hi, Janet Serrano, 413 North L Street. Just one quick comment. If the Sunfest vendors could try and keep the prices down. Last year, I think a glass of lemonade went for something like $9. And since it is such a family event, it would be really nice if we could keep some of those costs down, and maybe the fundraisers by the middle school and high school could help in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich.
So I don't think that these would require changes to our agreement, but there were several comments from downtown business owners throughout Sunfest. One was particular to the vendors out in front of their establishments. So for many of our establishments, the Street Painting Festival brings a lot of income. And for others, it actually can result in the income loss because they don't have people coming to the restaurants for parking and so on. So for our restaurants and bars that would normally be selling a lot of drinks, having a drink vendor right out front of one of our local restaurants and bars really harms their business. For some of the restaurants that rely on valet parking for their patrons to come in and utilize the restaurant, they end up suffering during that too. So if we could all kind of consider some of those concerns and maybe come up with a creative solution for those, whether that's incorporating more of our local businesses into allowing them to man some of the vending stations themselves versus bringing in all outside vendors. I think that would be good, as well as somehow trying to figure out some sort of parking solution for those that normally do have parking down there and rely upon that for a good part of their income. And it's right smack in the middle of the season. So, every one of those weekends is quadruply valuable to those restaurants.
Thank you. Mr. Good, do you have any suggestions? Or input?
Turn it off. Is it off? There we go. So just a couple things. We do work with Lake Worth High School with the ROTC program as a fundraising opportunity. We can reach out to more schools as the needs come up. Last year was our first year really being involved in it. We learned a lot in terms of placement and things like that. So certainly we've already kind of started looking at those things. It doesn't benefit anybody really from putting a beverage location right in front of a bar. So we certainly understand that, and we'll certainly adjust that. And one of the other things we want to work with really all the merchants downtown and kind of get more input. We really kind of got a late start last year. And I feel like going through it a year and just having more communication with the vendors and the retail operations will help that a lot. So that's kind of the plan.
So we do have a business advisory board. They meet every other month, or try to meet every other month. They might be a good resource in terms of outreach, where they might be able to organize a meeting where you could come present opportunities, and it is up to the proprietors to come and participate. But I think with proper advertising, that could be a very beneficial meeting, and maybe you'll find some new partners there.
Yeah, and there were things like the stage that was on K Street, like it kind of popped up. So I think for us to kind of be more involved in it, we can promote that more and kind of it work together more in the whole process. So like I said, we learned a lot last year. I think we'll be able to do better with that. So.
Okay. And I think on the parking side, maybe, Jamie, the city can kind of think about some sort of maybe drop locations or something that we could have more organized. Because I know a number of them set up impromptu ones that were kind of immediately taken down by PBSO. So just, trying to avoid that and maybe have something that we can kind of organize chaos, I guess. And
that's every year. It's a consistent taking down of the pop-ups as they kind of occur on all day Saturday and Sunday.
But I think that leads to the same thing. It's just the communication and us knowing kind of in advance and working with them. And it won't be perfect. I mean, we understand that, but we'll try to do better on that side too. So
I don't know how you could, the parking, the streets are closed. So that would be.
Maybe try a shuttle service from the Bohemian or something like that, and really advertise it, and let them to let their customers know that maybe they'll be.
Shuttles that break right now. Well, yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. McCoy?
And before you go away, you may have mentioned it, actually, I'm not sure. I know that I believe it's the last 2 years in a row, but certainly last year, one of the retail places downtown, one of the restaurants downtown, I want to say it's K Street, right opposite the Lucerne building, sponsored a DJ with Latin music, and that street was hopping. It was very lively, and a lot of enthusiastic response for it. It was subsidized totally by that business. And I think it might not be a bad idea to maybe go halfway or something between your organization and the business to.
I mean, that was something it was kind of a pop up there too. So I think, again, that communication will help that and just kind of see what they're looking to do. And we want to incorporate that and promote it at the same time.
People seemed to really enjoy it. It had a lot of attendees with that. Do you have a contact number and I can put you in touch with the?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What do you got?
My number?
Yeah.
561.
315.
6692.
6692. Okay. Thank you.
I regret that.
I think I am.
I promise I won't post it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to another successful, what year will it be? The 29th, 30th? A lot.
That might be.
Oh, yeah, it is. I was city attorney when it started, which is very. All right. So now we're back to.
Do you want to call the question?
Or just have the vote?
Yeah, have the vote.
People are so picky. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, next up, public hearings, no ordinance number 25-04, second reading. I see Ms. May's lights on. But we have to read we have to still read it.
All right, this is ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1, general provisions, division 2, definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, article 2, administration, division 1, decision makers, section 23.2-6 site plan review team, and division 3 permits, section 23.2-28 administrative adjustments, administrative use permits, section 23.2-29 conditional use permits, section 23.2-30 site plan review, Section 23.2-31, site qualitative standards. Section 23.2-32, site plans and specifications, and section 23.2-39, affordable workforce housing program. Article 3, zoning districts, Division 1 generally, section 23.3-6, use tables, and Division 2 residential districts, section 23.3-7, SFR, single family residential, and Division 3 mixed use districts, section 23.3-13, MUE mixed use east, section 23.3-14, down DT downtown, section 23.3-16, MUFH mixed use federal highway, section 23.3-17, MUDH mixed use Dixie Highway, section 23.3-18, MUW mixed use west, section 23.3-19, TODE transit oriented development east, and section 23.3-20, TODW transit oriented development west, and section 5, division 5, industrial districts, section 23.3-23, AI artisanal industrial, and division 9, overlay districts, section 23.3-29, cultural arts district overlay, Article 4, development standards, section 23.4-4, fences, walls, and gates, section 23.4-13, administrative uses and conditional uses, section 23.4-15, cemeteries, mausoleums, columbariums, section 23.4-16, mechanical systems equipment for existing residential structures, section 23.4-17, standby generator permanent, and section 23.4-25, micro units. And Article 5, supplemental regulations, section 23.5-1, signs and providing for severability, complex codification, and effective.
Well done. Thank you very much. Do I have do we start with Madam Attorney, do we start with a motion, knowing what's coming?
You can start with the motion, or you can have discussion first if you want to do some discussion before.
Okay. I see Ms. Mays light is on. Would you like to discuss?
Yeah, we had talked about this at the pre-agenda meeting, and we had talked several meetings previous about some of the wordings in the title. We talked about the fact that we didn't want to see housekeeping in the title at all. And I didn't know this, and I find it interesting, but Mr. Waters told me today that in previous commissions, that when they had a big chunk like this, big meat of changes, I mean, it took her 20 minutes to read this, that there was a workshop on it where it was presented and each one of the things was broken down for the commission. And I really think that that's the kind of thing that I would like to see, to make sure that each one of these items is explained and clear. Also, it prevents him from having to go to 5 different one-on-one meetings. So if we did workshops on this, I mean, this is a lot of changes. So for this particular one, I would like to pull it from tonight's agenda to a time certain, maybe the 2 weeks from now. If we can get a workshop in between where he can kind of go through each one and explain it. I don't know if we have time to do that. And I want to hear more discussion about that. I think that for items like this, especially with a lot of the changes that may be coming, we're going to need more. I'll talk for myself. I'm going to need more help understanding this. And it doesn't make sense to have to do it 5 different times. So I don't know exactly what I'm asking, but I am asking for more time with this and more help.
No, I said that at the agenda meeting too. I mean, it's, we get these and it's like, here we are. And it's much more helpful if we have a more informal opportunity to go through the pages and ask for questions. So I completely agree with you.
I mean, we don't live in this world every day.
We don't live in this world.
And it would be like if I came in here and started talking about, all the acronyms of the school system and you guys would be like, what? Or she talked about law, or Chris talked about soil, or he talked about mold, and we would be able to, we kind of be able to follow, but not really, and I need it broken down for me a little bit more.
I agree. So I don't know if we have enough time. I'm looking to staff between now and the next meeting to have a workshop, but we'll
I have to give the clerk to go through each one of your calendars
Yeah.
to see.
I'm going to be out of town for a week.
Yeah, and then this is the issue we always have when we're trying to schedule workshops and stuff, because trying to manage 5 different calendars on top of the meetings we already have scheduled, on top of like tomorrow night is HRPB, and then, you know, so all these other things. So we'll see what we can do and look at that. But one thing I was going to ask, so even when we don't have this many things, and it could be half as many, a quarter as many, there still could be questions. So it still would not negate the need for, if you guys have a question, having staff come to different one-on-ones. So the question would be, when do we schedule a workshop and when do we not? Just from a staff perspective, knowing we need, is there a threshold? Is it the quantity, as I mentioned in the pre-agenda meeting? Is there a certain quantity that if we're looking to do X number of changes, it automatically should be a workshop? Like, it's hard to
Well,
decipher.
what was it in the past?
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. It was a bit up to a conversation with the city manager and myself as to the complexity and the breadth of what the impacts would be of what was being proposed.
So would this specific one have triggered a workshop, do you think?
It probably wouldn't, because if you really get into it, we're like amending little teeny things, but happens in like 12 zoning districts. So it has to occur 12 times. And so there's the same 15 to 50 lines of text that happen repeatedly over and over again. This one ends up, there's not a lot of individual items. There's just a lot of individual sections of the LDRs that are being affected by it. And there's nothing overly complicated, because if it were overly complicated, we usually pull that out and make it its own ordinance. I'm doing one now that's kind of working with Elizabeth on how to deal with co-compliance fines and fees related to affordable housing and the tree stuff and some things like that. That'll be its own standalone ordinance. And there's another one that you're going to hear tonight that was a applicant initiated request to make some changes to facilitate a certain type of business downtown. That's a standalone one. But, and I know that you don't like the housekeeping term, and we'll figure out a new way to do that, but we do identify various things like inconsistencies in the permitted use table, where something should all be in one use category versus multiple ones. That's being dealt with tonight, or could be dealt with tonight. There's some definitions that need a little bit more clarity. There's one that's going to be coming forward that I think was discussed while I was away, in terms of the base penalty fee that for tree abuse and removal of trees, and how that works, even though it's been on the books now about 18 years and always been utilized and implemented the same way. There's a request for more clarity on it. So that's going to come forward probably as its own ordinance, unless I can get together myself and pull together some other things I'd like to do to the landscape ordinance to help facilitate some things in regards to how we treat landscaping, because it's carte blanche all the same. So it kind of depends. But I don't have a problem working with the city manager and the city attorney's office, and we can send you possibly an email. These are the items that are being considered for consideration. Do you feel like you need a workshop because it's this many, or it affects this many districts? And then we can do it that way.
Short of an email, because that gets, it would be nice to utilize the pre-agenda meeting if possible. To kind of, because even with what William just said, it really depends on the complexity and the breadth of what's being discussed. That's all subjective. So depending on who you ask, someone might look at it, oh, that's really simple. Someone else might say, that's actually kind of complex. So I think that might be the easiest way to tackle this. So we're not bringing something forward without a workshop and you guys feel we shouldn't.
Right. But just procedurally, our work, if we had in our pre-agenda workshops, we're talking about something that's already on the agenda. So when I had mentioned the other day, if before it gets on an agenda, that we have this discussion. So how would we do that if?
Well, also
we could discuss it the pre-agenda workshop.
You guys also bring forward
things
things that
it beforehand.
Yeah, so you guys also bring up things that aren't on the upcoming agenda, just like consensus items and stuff like that. So we could utilize that to say, hey, in an upcoming meeting, these are things that are.
If you just let us know ahead of time, that would be great.
This hasn't happened for a while, but God, it must be about 7 years now. There were like semi-annual updates from the department on what we were kind of working on. And that was the time to bring up, well, here we're encountering issues with the public in terms of entitlement applications or questions in regards to the LDRs. Because I don't know whether you realize or not, but we wrote an entirely new zoning code that was out there in 13. So it was impossible to sort of envision all the things that had transpired since 2013. There are uses that never existed. There are things that in my mind work fine because I wrote it, and then you get new staff and they're like, well, it's not as clear as you think it is. And I don't mind criticism. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine. We'll fix that. And so, we could, give you a little update twice a year and say, well, here are issues we're encountering with the LDRs, how basic they might be or how complicated they might be. And we can get your input on, would you like to have a workshop on where we are with the LDRs or not? Because the question in the past has come up is whether the workshop happens before it's heard by the local planning agencies, which is the Planning and Zoning Board and Historic Resource Preservation Board, but you were acting as a quasi-judicial body making the changes. So sometimes it's kind of weird if you've already sort of rendered a decision before it's even gone to the LPAs. So the workshops have happened before it ever goes to a public hearing before those two boards. And sometimes it's happened after, before it actually gets scheduled as a public hearing. So we could have a conversation all night about that.
Let's not.
It kind of piggybacks what Commissioner Segridge was saying regarding the readjustment of our meetings. If we had something like not necessarily utilities meeting, but city department meetings, you could have that at that meeting. It would be appropriate.
Well, yeah, and part of, I guess, depending on what ends up happening up here, we would be looking to do basically a semi-annual departmental, not just for one particular department, but each department as part of a workshop. So you guys can, and that would be leading into the budget process, which also we've already talked about doing quarterly, year to date. You guys would actually be getting that as we roll into next year's budget to make it a much smoother thing. So we've got multiple things that are going to be changing and implementing moving forward. So you'll see some different changes coming up.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy.
Just very quickly, I heard the idea of starting the decision, do we do a workshop, do we not, at a pre-agenda? And I also heard Mr. Waters suggest sending an email before. I think the combination of those two might be helpful, that we get the email sometime before the pre-agenda. We all look at it and then say, oh boy, this looks like a workshop to me, or whatever.
Correct. Just like we've done before, since we only have an hour for the pre-agenda, if it's something like that, you'll get an email from me ahead of time. So everyone already knows what we're going to be discussing at the pre-agenda. So we don't waste too much time, because as you know, we kind of get to the end of those meetings sometimes and we're trying to cram in some stuff last minute. So
we will likely be sending you an email, because the next list of things for the LDRs do have some rather challenging issues on them that are being forced by Florida statute, such as how we deal with recovery residences. And I do want to have that conversation before we pull stuff forward, even though we have to adopt something. And so that list has already exponentially gotten long, like overnight. And so I'll try to get an email out before your next, would that be, then it would be a week from Friday for your next one?
I think so.
Yeah, I'll try to get an email out that has the top list of topics that are being considered for the next LDR round, because we are behind because this one's taken so long to get moved forward, because this one started back in March.
So my fellow commissioners, would it behoove us to go forward with this tonight and then just start this whole thing fresh?
Let me call on Mr. Segridge.
So looking at this one example in particular, right? It was a very large set of changes. The time to have brought it up would have been in the first pre-agenda workshop. It's concerning to me, and I will preface this by saying I would never want my colleagues to vote on something they didn't feel comfortable that they had enough knowledge. My problem in this case is we already did the first reading. We already did 2 pre-agendas on this, and we voted. And now we're coming back and saying, well, we don't think we actually had enough information. So collectively, shame on us for having done that and not taking action at the first pre-agenda meeting and gotten that information. That first meeting was many weeks ago. And for us to not have gotten those answers collectively is also kind of shame on us collectively. I will get off the soapbox on that, because if we don't feel comfortable, we don't feel comfortable. We have to do something about that. In terms of the process, I spoke at length with Jamie about this, and, the wheels have to keep turning. And if we have a check and balance at every little stop, the city's going to come to a screeching halt in terms of getting these things done. We have our pre-agenda meeting. If something seems overly complex, and in the week and a half, essentially, or almost 2 weeks before the pre-agenda meeting, one of us did not feel that they got to a level of comfort in order to take action, I would believe that would be the appropriate time to say to their colleagues, I've exhausted all my possibilities. I had 3 meetings with William. I still don't understand it. I really think we need to workshop this, and we can decide to workshop it. That way the engine keeps moving. We keep getting the business of the city done, and it moves along smoothly. Because leaving it subjectively to William and Jamie or whomever to make that choice for us, like William said, to some people it's complex, other people it's not. I've read through this whole thing line by line. I've asked questions on every single page. I'm perfectly comfortable with my previous decision and comfortable moving forward. But some people aren't, and that's okay. In terms of moving forward as a good process, I believe that that's why we have that pre-agenda meeting. That's to adjust the agenda and take action like this. In terms of how do we know about this beforehand, and I share the mayor's concerns, and this is the reason I had the conversation with Jamie. I think what we are doing with the city manager's office and the city clerk's office about these are all the items of consensus and priority for the commission, and here are their statuses and how they're moving through with legal and other departments. It's a great list for us to look at and say, okay, this is what's coming down the pipeline. And if I have more of these questions, I can talk about it in my one-on-one. We don't have that kind of visibility into LDR changes and things that are coming down from a community sustainability standpoint. I don't necessarily think we need a quarterly meeting or a bi-yearly meeting to tell us what those items are. But if community sustainability, and I'm assuming you guys are maintaining, here's the list of the stuff we're working on that we're seeing from outside influence and state statute and issues that we're seeing come up over and over again. Well, let's have that list be shareable, just like our priorities list is shareable. And we on the commission can look at it. And if there's something you're interested in, you can go and research it and take that better. I think if we put too many safeguards in, we're gonna grind to a halt. And that would be my concern in doing that. So I think we already have all of the processes and procedures in place that we need. We just need a little bit more information earlier. And I think that list could be a great way of getting that. But I really want to make sure, because coming to the first meeting on this, it didn't seem like we all did our homework on it. And we constantly need to remind ourselves that that's why we ask staff to give us these items almost 2 weeks in advance to the agenda. I know we're all busy and I know we've got packed schedules and meeting after meeting, but we got to get our due diligence done before the meeting. And so I would not be in favor of having a workshop on this, or mandatory workshops on these kind of things. I think that has to be on a case-by-case basis as we have agreement that these things are confusing. Because, to be fair to Mr. McVoy, I recall 3 or 4 items that he voiced that exact opinion. And he said, I have not had the time to look at this. I'm not comfortable. And 4 of us said, well, actually, we went and did our homework and we decided to move on. And so like in this case, I might be the only one who's saying, I've done my homework and I'm ready to move on. And I get outvoted, so be it. But let's be fair to each other, ourselves, as well as to our residents. We got to put in that work ahead of time.
Madam Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that having the information ahead of time with a list of, we don't know any more than any citizen out there what's going on. We get the things, so here it's going to be on the agenda in 2 weeks, but that's sometimes not enough time. So I don't mind going ahead with this because I have looked at it and there's some things that I have questions about. I have one little change that I would ask for on Exhibit A, independent senior living. We're talking about senior living, but then it says retired individuals, including. It's rather than senior. Because we're not talking necessarily about not every older person, not every senior is retired. So that's on line 364. And I would just ask that we change retired to senior.
On me.
Exhibit A. Okay. Do we have any consensus to do that? Thank you. I'm a little sensitive about that.
All right, so I reneged my suggestion that we pull it away.
Okay, all right, so, Mr. McCoy.
I appreciate Commissioner Segrich's concern for the wheels of government grinding to either a slower pace or a absolute halt. That is a concern somewhere. I think it also is fair to say that land use regulations have a lot of influence on what a city looks like, what a city feels like, what things can happen, what can't. And they are notoriously not easy to follow. And I think part of what I heard sort of collectively from a fair amount of the commission was, and maybe this is my interpretation of it, is we need a certain comfort level that, wow, there's a bunch of changes here. I hope that they are things that are, in fact, that we're comfortable with. And that's not easy. And it's not a black and white, oh yeah, I'm comfortable now. A workshop might not even do it. A workshop might. Individual conversations might not. Sometimes you got to go find somebody else in the community and say, hey, can you look at this? And does this make sense to you? What are the unintended consequences? It's not straightforward stuff. So I think I thought there was some degree of agreement. The proposal, send an email in advance. We get that in email someone in advance. That then gets up at a pre-agenda meeting and we say, looks pretty good. I'm not too worried. Move forward. Or no, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that seems like it could have a lot of influences. I thought that proposal was pretty reasonable.
Thank you.
And I don't think it would grind the wheels of government to a complete halt.
Okay, and I think just a list of what's going on, it would be very helpful.
Sure.
We don't know what's going on. I'll get a, did you hear that Oak is closing, or did you hear that this? It's like, we don't know. I just want staff to understand that we don't know it. People think we just know everything that's going on, and that's just not the case. So the more information we can have ahead of time before we have a decision to make would be helpful. I think that we all agree on that. Okay, so so Ms. May has withdrawn her request.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. May. No, it's good. It was a good discussion.
There are a number of individuals who've been waiting who really appreciate you moving this forward. There's a fence guy, there's a business person, there's a project that we got some questions about housing. You will be seeing a whole series of smaller but very important comp plan and LDR changes over the next few months. Because a lot of things, we've got mobility plan things coming up. We have the carbon neutrality part of the comp plan coming up. We have the open space recreation master plan thing coming up as a comp plan. We have a change for Whispering Palms or the Osborne community, which is a comp plan change and eventually a zoning change, as well as changes to the LDRs to facilitate what was requested to happen in Whispering Palms and Osborne Center. So you have a lot coming up before the end of the year. And I'll try to split it up into small chunks and give you an idea of what's happening. And I do, this will likely be, okay, well, we have only 2 more visits with Annie.
We just heard that.
I didn't hear that.
What?
She's going to be at the State Historic Preservation Office in Iowa.
What?
So it's a huge opportunity for her to go back home.
Great time to be moving to Iowa.
I've already warned her about that.
Yeah.
But she's been a stellar employee. And,
Yeah, we're sorry to see you go.
We'll see her one more time after tonight, and then we will regrettably have to let her go.
Where in Iowa?
Having lived in Minnesota for 3 years.
And I grew up in Madison, so
Okay. All
welcome
right.
back to the Midwest.
All right. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Up next,
All right.
now we have a quasi judicial hearing. This is ordinance 25-12. Please be read by title.
All right, this is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the amendment to a previously approved mixed-use urban plan development district, residential only, located at the northwest corner of South Dixie Highway and 9th Avenue South to construct two 6-story multifamily buildings containing a total of 182 dwelling units, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the Transit-Oriented Development East (TODE) zoning district with a future land use designation of Transit-Oriented Development (TOD), subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C, approving amendments to a conditional use permit and a major site plan, approving amendments to height, density, and intensity bonus incentives through the city's Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program, Transfer of Development Rights Program, and Affordable Workforce Housing Program, providing for severability, conflicts, and codification and effectivity.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Okay, but first we have a quasi judicial hearing going on. Okay. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Do the commissioners have or reason to believe that they have any of the following? Any ex parte communications or personal investigations? A demonstrated bias or prejudice for or against any party in the hearing? A direct or indirect monetary interest in the outcome of the hearing, including any campaign contributions, or prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts and testimony to be placed on the record at this hearing. Madam, Ms. Malega, do you have anything to report?
No, ma'am.
Mr. McVoy?
Only that I think senior housing at an affordable rate is a good idea. So I don't know if that's a pre-bias or not, but
Okay. Thank you. Ms. May?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Segridge?
No.
And I don't either. We just had a brief hello from Mr. Olive a minute ago, but that's not substantive. Okay. To each commissioner who answered yet
We
no.
didn't have a second.
What?
There was no second.
To the
I'm sorry, it's not time to have a motion.
right,
yet.
we're gonna. I stopped.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. It's good to have somebody watching after me. To each commissioner who answered yes, nobody did. We'll move to the next one. All those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As you testify, please state your name and address for the record. And if you represent a party, please also state who you represent. I just have one question. According to the rules of our quasis, presentations are 10 minutes. So I should be timing for 10 minutes, I believe.
Mr. Olive, you'll be timing him the presentation.
Yes,
Each person,
whether it's the applicant or staff, everybody has a 10-minute presentation.
each person has 10 minutes. Not a total of 10 minutes.
So the staff has 10 minutes, the applicant has 10 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I can clarify, if there were an affected party who wanted to give a presentation, they would also have 10 minutes.
Are there any affected parties? Madam Clerk?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, did everyone get sworn in that needs to be sworn in? Oh, fine. Jesus, well, the fading star, really. Really? Would someone like to give the departmental presentation?
We, just in the interest of time.
Your name
guys-
and,
Sorry, thank you. Annie Greening, Principal Planner for the City of Lake Worth Beach. In the interest of time, if the City Commission would like to waive the presentation, we can do that, but if you guys want it, we can get it.
Well, I'm not sure. You want to see it?
All right.
Miss May wants to see it.
Sorry.
That's okay, it's good. The more information we have, the better.
I also think the citizens may want to see it. Or not.
my aging in the bed. Oh.
There we go. All right. So we will go through this kind
I'm
of.
sorry, Annie. Julian, can you share the screen, please, for the public?
Thanks, Melissa. All right. So, in short, this is an amendment to their major plan development or a major plan development amendment to increase the total site area, increase the total number of dwelling units, increase the actual floor area or building size, slightly increase the building height, and make changes to the site to alter the surface parking design. So we went through in the title all of the different types of applications that are affected by this. So we will maybe, if it wants to go through, Julian, could take me to the next slide, please. There we go. All right, so the existing site, this is on South Dixie Highway. The original plan development, as well as future land use map amendment, rezoning, and right-of-way abandonment were approved back in September of 2023. The original approval was for 176 age-restricted senior units. There have been varying approvals since then, including things like a site plan amendment. We have had their plating go through. And most recently, at the end of last year, I believe it was, they acquired kind of the final piece that the site was a little bit funky looking before, and it's much less funky looking now, but changes to the boundaries. And then because they have a little more area, changes to the number of units they can build require this level of an amendment. So we've got our site plan. So again, it's still 2 buildings, still income restricted senior housing. We are up to 182 dwelling units. 8 of those are studios. 174 of those are 1-bedrooms. The buildings are still 6 stories tall. The site still has its public open space, a Palm Tran pickup and drop off area. The parking part of what is before you tonight is a request for a continuation of the parking waiver that was approved in the original PD. So they were approved for a rate of 0.7 spaces per unit in that PD. They were requesting to continue that with their expansion of units, their additional 6 units that they will be getting through this approval. So they are providing 129 spaces. I do want to note that because they have that extra space, they were able to reconfigure to provide more standard parking spaces than they originally were going to. They're not having as many alternative types of spaces used anymore. So we are getting kind of an actual increase in the number of standard spaces. So as always, we have things like our landscape plan. We've got a couple conditions of approval just to fill in some areas that we are missing. The perimeter trees, they're already in progress, correcting that at the staff level. And then we'll go through some renderings really quick. This is a view of both buildings from South Dixie Highway. This is looking at kind of the diagonal side. This is a view of the rear. And then we've got some elevations. Again, we've got front, both sides, and the rear. The buildings are identical to one another. So as always, we review this for compliance with its zoning district. And in the case of plan developments, we also review it for compliance with the plan development section of our zoning code. Like I mentioned before, we do have a waiver request. Plan developments are allowed to request waivers to a variety of our land development regulations. So we have requests for 2 waivers to continue waivers that your body had approved back in 2023, that parking rate, and continuing to waive the transfer of development right fees. So because they're doing additional units, additional space, that incurs additional fees. They're asking for that to be waived. And they are getting incentives through the plan development process, sustainable bonus, transfer development rights, and affordable workforce housing for increases to density, intensity, and height. We do find that it generally complies. The areas that I've highlighted here are really the areas that we've seen change. So the site is larger. We've got some more units. They are asking for the building height to not change the number of stories, but go up by a couple of inches to provide for some flexibility in terms of their construction there. And there you can also see that the floor area ratio itself is not increasing, but the actual floor area, the number there is in terms of the square footage. And again, we've got the parking spaces there. So they are providing 6 additional parking spaces beyond what was originally approved. But again, the rate is lower than the standard. So we've got our sustainable bonus incentive program. Our comp plan allows for a mixed use urban plan development to obtain a 25% bonus on density, intensity, and height over the baseline. So they are asking for the bonus height through this mechanism up to 56.25 feet, 66 bonus units, and an FAR of up to 1.7. So we've got the values listed out there. The total combined value of both of their tiers is a bit over $26,000. Half of that is required to be paid to the city. The other half has to be accounted for through qualifying sustainability improvements. In this case, they are providing income restricted units. Their entire property is income restricted units, and affordable housing is allowed to be used as a qualifying feature. So they did provide, and we've got that in your backup, the math for the value of those units, and it far exceeds what they would be required to provide to us. Transfer of development rights, they're requesting that bonus 10 units per acre of density and 1 bonus story, 15 feet high maximum. They meet both of the criteria to qualify for that transfer of development rights. And again, we have a value associated with that. It's $15 per square foot. So the value is $12,000, almost $13,000. And in this case, they are asking for you to continue to waive the transfer of development right fees. They are paying the sustainable bonus, but asking for these to continue to be waived. And finally, affordable workforce housing. So through that program, we have bonus density. We can have a reduction in unit size, and we have typically a reduction in the overall parking requirement. So again, all of their units will be income restricted. They will not all be income restricted with the city program. They are using other programs, but typically in this case, the program that they're using has very strict requirements on maximum income, and they can talk to you a little more about that. So staff does find that the request as conditioned is consistent with all of the areas that we review, and we do recommend approval with conditions. So we've got our conditions from planning and zoning, landscape, and building. And they're, in essence, other than the landscape condition, fairly standard. Yeah. And I believe, I apologize, this, I had not updated this. The ordinance conditions of approval have been slightly updated to carry forward some more standard discussions on, let's see, let me pull it up for myself. To match, like, for example, we have requiring that the restrictive covenant be recorded, and we wanted to carry forward some ones like that, again, that were already in the previous one, but for posterity's sake, we find it's often best to have more than less in the conditions of approval. So I apologize for the inconsistency with what was in your backup.
With the raise, with the lowering of the 1 bedroom, what's going to be the square footage of a 1 bedroom apartment?
I think it was 576. It was not a change to the size from what was previously approved. So the 1 bedrooms were always going to be at 576.
Okay. And my other question is, when I was looking at the plans, and this may be silly, but I can see some of the units have a handicap shower. It's a little bit bigger, but some of the shower stalls look not big. I mean, it's for somebody with some limited mobility. I'm just wondering if there's enough room in the smaller showers to actually be able to get around and use. So that's my questions. They look a little skimpy. So I'm wondering is that a standard size, or you can address that when you come up. Okay, great. Mr. McVoy? Oh, Mr. Segridge was first.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, are we diverting from the script?
Hold on.
Really nice way of saying yours.
Hey, watch.
She said nothing in this one.
Usually you'll hear both presentations first and then question for both, or you can question staff now and then hear from the.
So I could do it either way, Madam Clerk. But then we're going to ask the applicant, why don't you make your presentation?
Good evening. It's Mike Oliver with New South Residential. I'm happy to be back in front of the commission here, and especially for Commissioner Segridge and Commissioner May. I haven't met you before. I know you don't know a lot about the project, but it's been ongoing for about 3 years. We've done a lot of work out there, and any questions you have? Yeah, good. And I do want to say thank you to Annie. She is a superstar, honestly, and you guys are going to lose a really good one with this.
We're all moving to Iowa.
But one correction I need to make really quickly is in your presentation, Annie, you have 8 studios total. We have 8 per building. So it's actually 16 studios, and the remainder would be 1 bedroom. So it's a few less 1 bedrooms. Yeah, I just want to put that.
There's a couple 2 bedrooms. Huh?
No 2 bedrooms. No.
The
Yeah.
original plan had 2 bedrooms.
No, it did not. We've been through a lot in the last 3 years. I just want to say we appreciate all the support from the commission, and especially the CRA. As you guys know, they put up the local government funding contribution that made all this possible. Let us qualify for the funding goal. And then they have, I don't know if you know about this, but they have granted us a $200,000 grant to replace the water and sewer lines that go through our site, which is extremely critical. They were in really bad shape, and we didn't want to have to tear up the parking lot, say, in 5 years. So that was really big. The main changes here to the plan, of course, are increasing the land size. We were able to purchase that property. It took us 18 months to purchase it, and we paid quite a bit for it, but it was the right thing to do, so we did it. And with that, we were able to increase the number of units a little bit, not the density itself, but the total unit count. I think it's going to be a great project. The staff worked with us on all kinds of issues. The PD amendment it took us 3 or 4 months just to kind of get the site planning right. Transformer locations, generator location to keep it out of the public site, landscaping, but I think it's going to turn out really nice. So I'm here to answer your questions. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. I had just a couple of quick questions for staff. It's marked as a mixed-use urban plan development. How is it mixed use? Isn't it just purely residential, or is there something in the definition?
So it's the term for the urban plan development is technically mixed use urban plan development, but the LDRs have a provision to allow for the category of a mixed use urban plan development to be residential only. So that's the case here.
Okay.
It's a little messy in the naming, but
That's fine. No, there's just curiosity. And then I know it's in our LDRs and so on, all of the parking bonuses. I'm seeing, if we didn't have any of the bonuses, we'd be somewhere in the range of 262 to 267 spaces, and we're providing 128. understanding the use, that might make sense, but have we studied at all the impact that's going to have on the local neighborhood right there?
That's my question.
No, it's my question.
I'll be honest, I was not the project manager for phase one of this, where that 0.7 parking rate was originally approved. But no, I don't think it wouldn't be accurate to say that staff has undertaken any particular study of impact on the neighborhood.
And so with that parking, I understand some of it, the 25% reduction bonus and et cetera, as we go along. Were there, similar to with some of the other projects where they had to pay a fee in lieu of parking, was that waived in this case, or did we get to that number all through bonuses?
So this property is not in an area that would be eligible for the parking in lieu. That's specific to the downtown core. So this is pretty far outside of that area that would be eligible for that. The 0.7 rate was requested as a plan development waiver. So it was not something that they paid a fee in lieu of. It's something that they included as a waiver in their original request for their plan development back in 2023. I included, here's how much it would be with our standard affordable workforce housing reduction, just so you could kind of get that sense of, kind of the step down of, what we would need standard, what we would need with our standard incentives, and then what we're having requested with the plan development waiver.
And that waiver would be coming before the commission after the board's reviewed it and so on. Not in this particular case, but a future project like that, a waiver like that would have to be approved by the commission.
Correct, as part of that plan development.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just because new to the project, just had some questions there. I think, we all appreciate the project and are excited for it to come in, and obviously the amendment, in my opinion, is small, and you guys did do the right thing of purchasing that, and we're just making adjustments. But I just wanted to kind of understand how we got to some of those numbers, because for a lot of our residents, things like parking and so on, big concern. And I think, moving forward, this was something that we wanted to look at, and I understand we can't, but thank you for the info.
Sure.
Mr. McBoy, followed by Ms. May. Madam Malega, if you have a question, we can't see you, but just shout out or text me.
I do. My hand's up.
Oh, okay.
Let her go ahead.
Ms. Malega, why don't you go first then? What?
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. Just let me know.
Thank you. Nice to see you back in front of us, Mr. Olive. I want to just piggyback on Mr. Segrich's comments. I think that because this is a 55 and over senior affordable housing community, we are a little more lenient when it came to the parking requirements, thinking that most people, won't have a big parking situation because of the cars, like at the Lakeward Towers. I did want to ask, I did not see any electric charging stations, and I know that we had referenced this during first approval many months ago, year and a half ago now. And I didn't see anything on there in regards to electric charging stations anywhere on the property.
There are none currently. I don't recall. Maybe we had a discussion about electric charging stations. It's been 2 years almost to the month, but we didn't have any on the original PD. If somebody could jog my memory, I would.
Well, could you put a couple in?
Could we put a couple?
I believe that we had talked about that, as well as the elevator situation were the two things that I remember on this project.
Well, there's 2 elevators.
Yeah, there are 2 elevators per building. We do have that. I can check into what it takes to get a charging station put on the site. Honestly, I have no idea what the cost is, what the power requirements, that type of stuff.
We have a guy that can help you with the power.
We happen to have some experts in that field. So I do remember having this conversation on this property in regards to that. So if you could just bring something back or get us an update, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I'll do that.
If I may just so everyone's aware, there have been some legislative changes in the area of electric vehicle charging stations. And while we can request them, we cannot require them anymore. So we appreciate you looking into it and bringing information back, but we cannot add it as a requirement.
You're no fun anymore.
Even if it was part, hang on, even if it was part of the previous agreement?
We'll look at the conditions of approval. If it was on there, that would remain because we're not changing those conditions. So we'll double check on that.
Okay, Ms. May?
Just quickly, because I'm new to this project and the 0.7 parking. I'm 51. So if I were 55, 4 years from now, and I moved into this place, I'd still have my car.
Yes.
So,
My parents are both 87 and they each have a car.
right. So how are we justifying 0.7 car?
0.7 was justified through the 10. Well, this will be our 10th building of this type.
Okay.
We've actually built over 30 projects in the last 25 years, but they aren't all the mid-rise for seniors. The mid-rise for seniors, this will be our 10th buildings. And we've got our projects typicily require we have one in Tampa, downtown Tampa, that's 0.41 cars per unit. So we have honed in on 0.7 cars per unit, and that's what we typically get
That's the
approved.
sweet spot.
That provides parking for visitors as well. So our average age is about 70.
Okay.
And
there's nothing wrong with 70. But it's also, I mean, these are truly low income people. And what we found when you look at and we provided staff with 7 or 8 existing projects, ongoing projects, where we have, because they're seniors, our managers know every license plate number, car type, all that kind of stuff. So they can help keep track of the elderly residents.
I'm just asking if 0.7 is the sweet spot because of, now you've told me you've done it 10 different times and
right.
That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'm good with it. I just wanted to know where it came from.
Okay. Perfect.
That's all. Thank you.
thank you. Nice. I like that. That's concise. Mr. McVoy.
I need to register an objection. People have stolen my questions. I was looking, that's what I recalled, although I do have one question. That was what I recalled, because I too am concerned, not just do we meet the requirements, but will this in practice work? And what I recall was that you'd built another number of projects.
Yeah.
You had a lot of experience with it. This is actually gives some spare. It has room for guest parking. So, I normally would be quite concerned, share the concern of my commission, but I'm quite satisfied that barring some very strange population difference that happens here, that there's no reason to believe would be the case, we should be fine. Could you also, because we have some newer commissioners, could you give us a ballpark number of the expected rents for the different?
Yes. The ballpark rents are, because they do change. HUD sets our rent rates, by the way. So they're handed down to us, Department of Housing and Urban Development. The studios are in the 1050 range per month, and the 1 bedrooms are in the 1350 range.
For the one.
Yeah. And we have to give
that's inclusive of utilities?
We have to provide water and sewer utilities, which amount to typically $50 to $70 per month.
And you cover
we cover that.
Yeah. They each have their own electric.
They do have their own electric. So we provide all the water. We have one big water meter for the whole building, so they don't have a water bill.
Right.
They do have their own electric meter, and we have to provide dollars for them every month. Well, it comes off their rent. It comes off their rent. So yes.
Yes.
Although
yes, it does.
They have individual meters, but you cover it.
The rent rate set by HUD is decreased by the amount of the the incentive that we have to give them.
Meet the anticipated electric.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, now let me get back to this. Do we have any public, there are no affected parties who have requested to make presentations. Therefore, we will go to public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards to be read into the record?
I do not have any, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Brown, do we have any blue comment cards?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Does the city staff have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Does the applicant have any questions for city staff?
No.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? We did our questions before this others, so we've done our questions. Okay. I'm going to close the evidentiary part of the hearing and ask the commissioner to discuss the request. If I can have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Malega?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Where are we? We're getting to the end. No, we're not. You're cute. I'm optimistic. I'm going to that. Okay, we're gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Might be on you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm
Clerk, you there?
I am here, Madam Mayor. It's 8:28 and we have reconvened.
Jamie, I'm gonna say something, you have no idea what that, about. I want to because why would I? I don't make any sense. But thank you for letting me know. I want to.
Sure.
All right, Madam Clerk. Where are we? We are now at,
Public hearing C.
yep. Okay. Ordinance number 2025-13, please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 4 development standards, section 23.4-13 administrative and conditional uses, paragraph T5 related to single destination retail, standalone retail, and single destination commercial uses, and providing for severability, complex codification, and effective date.
Thank you. Would staff like to make a presentation? Or Mr. Loman?
After staff finishes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Briefly.
Sure. So, yeah, I'll just kind of, I guess, set the scene for this one. So, we have a business, PMRS, who applied for a zoning letter back in December of 2024. Their business is classified as a medium intensity single destination commercial use. That use is allowable in their zoning district, which is TODE, subject to some use approval processes and our development standards that we're looking at tonight. One of those existing supplemental standards requires that these uses have a minimum site area of 10,000 square feet and specifies that variances cannot be granted for that minimum site area requirement. So over the course of a few months, we met with the applicants. We kind of discussed the situation. Their property is not that large. And in discussing with them, staff and the applicants kind of came to the mutual understanding that some of these standards were designed, like William kind of referenced earlier tonight, back in 2013, we had visions for how things in the city would go. Here we are 12 years later, and some of those visions have not really come true. So one of those ideas was that these single destination uses would go along our major thoroughfares in the city. People would consolidate multiple parcels into this much, much larger parcel and do, you know, these sorts of large single destination uses there. We've not seen huge combinations of parcels along many of our major thoroughfares. So this is a privately initiated amendment, but was kind of sparked by the recognition that, you know, on the ground, these changes that we thought might happen back in 2013 haven't really occurred. So how do we allow for these uses that our use table wants to allow there, but some of our standards just don't really reflect reality? So we continued to work with the applicants and have come to agreements on areas to amend those supplemental regulations. So the four before you tonight are the minimum site area. So reducing that from 10,000 square feet to 6,500 square feet, reducing the minimum lot width from 100 feet to 50 feet, giving some leniency or areas to work with the development review official, who's our director of community sustainability, to adjust or waive the 5-foot perimeter landscape buffer requirement, specifically for sites with existing buildings. You know, if a building, for example, the building that that sparked this back on or down on 25 South H Street. It's a built out site already. This site, the building already goes much closer to the property line than 5 feet. So it's just infeasible for them to be able to provide a 5-foot buffer. And recognizing that we're a built out city, this is likely to occur on other properties as well. So giving that flexibility to provide the amount of buffer that they can provide. If you can provide 5 feet, you have to do that. If you can't, you need to work with us on what you can do to give that buffer. And then about the major thoroughfare frontage, allowing for low intensity single destination uses. So those are use area less than 2,500 square feet. So the smallest of these uses, getting rid of the requirement that those front the major thoroughfares, kind of recognizing that these smaller uses, they're much less intense. This is not, a Kmart going in. This is something that could go and fit in with other commercial areas of our city that aren't right on Dixie Highway or Lake Worth Road. So those are the 4 specific changes we've got before you tonight.
This is use that's as a permitted use.
Correct. This would not change or allow this use in any zoning district where it wasn't already allowed.
Okay. Mr. Loman, would you like to make a presentation?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Good evening, Max Loman, Loman Law Group. I would like to thank both William and Annie very much. They worked with us. They were very patient with us and helped us get through this. And I appreciate the forthright way that they examined all this. As you know, I've been the town attorney of Lantana for a long time, and I'm the Palm Beach Gardens city attorney. And when I saw these provisions in the code, that was one of the things I was wondering. From them, it's like, well, how is this going to be? And it kind of reminded me of situations that I've dealt with before, especially in Lantana, where we adopted a provision in our code a long time ago, and it never came to fruition. And I really appreciate them being willing to look at that and consider changing it. We completely agree with everything in here. The use is still a conditional use for us. So we'll put our application in. We would have to come back for conditional use approval, but this code change just allows us to be able to do that. Again, and I appreciate them considering the landscaping in particular, because some of these old buildings, and especially the building where my client is, he has maybe 12 inches between him and the building next to him, and then half of his building is actually completely butted up against one other building. I mean, they share a wall virtually, and so this will be very beneficial to have them the opportunity to come back here and do this right. Unfortunately for him, he didn't talk to me before.
They never do.
Yeah, sadly, and so I thank your development staff very much for working with us and allowing this, because he really loves being in the city and wants to be able to stay here, and this will give them the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. McVoy.
Just a couple of things to understand it a little bit better. What is exactly a single destination retail use?
I thought someone might ask that, so I do have our definition up here. So a single destination retail use is defined as a retail establishment providing a wide array of retail items that are complementary and similar in nature that are offered in a singular location. So the definition also gives some examples: convenience stores, beauty supply stores, grocery or food stores, including accessory pharmacies, retail hardware stores, antique shops, sports equipment, retail furniture, discount stores, and hobby shops.
What somebody from the Midwest might call a store.
Yeah.
Store.
A
Retail.
general store.
Okay. I didn't know that's what we call them, but all right, I'm learning. And I guess my only other question, these all seem pretty reasonable changes to deal with a on the ground situation. Is there any concern of unintended, if we adopt these, are they specific to that site, or are these changes that we are adopting that would apply citywide if they applied, meaning, if the situation was similar?
Yeah, so that was part of what staff was working with the applicant on, was making sure that this wasn't giving a special benefit to their particular site. So these changes will apply to all zoning districts where these uses are allowed. So it won't just be in TODE. It won't just be this site that it changes for. It's any zoning district where you could already do these sorts of uses.
Where you could have a store, basically. And have we, I think the answer to this is yes, but just for confirmation, have we thought through, are there any unintended consequences of making it more general than just this particular site? Is there anything that you go, oh boy, we didn't think about that. That's going to be a problem. Now, you can't think of all unintended consequences, but I assume you've put some effort into.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We can't think about what we haven't yet thought about, but we have put our
Thought about it
to
as best as could.
Yes.
Yeah. And feel reasonably confident that this isn't going to cause any disasters down the pipe.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. So just going through staff analysis, I just want to make sure there were several things that staff did not support. Those did not make it into this proposed change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, I know we have a simple kind of explanation of the business. Could you explain to us, just more about the business that's coming in, as well as where is this located?
23 South Edge.
It's on,
Go forward. I just want to make sure that it's clear that this is a general ordinance. It's not
Right.
specific to a particular property or business.
And the use is allowed.
basically, thank you for that. And Max Lohman, again, representing PMRS. Yes, basically, they buy and sell estate jewelry. They can buy gold when people sell gold to them. They don't generate a lot of traffic. They generate probably about as much traffic as some of your jewelry stores that are down here on the lake in Lucerne. A lot of them are pretty much by appointment.
I've never seen anybody go in and out, and I've never seen anybody in them.
But apparently they do make money. And I think it's very similar kind of business in that regard. Probably the only thing that he does a little bit differently is he does also he'll buy scrap computer boards from people, because there's a lot of precious metals in those, believe it or not, a lot of platinum. But that's basically what it is. And he does, like I said, have a small showroom and has showcases. So if people want to come in and they want to make an appointment, they can do that. He also can sell jewelry on consignment. He has another location where he will take things on consignment from people here, and then he markets it in his other location because it's more attractive for consignment.
And for staff, what are the other zoning districts that will allow this kind of use?
It sounds like basic retail.
It is, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. It is, but when we were putting the LDRs together, there was a desire to have a clear distinction between the businesses that have collectively a variety of things that usually generate more traffic and more interest than specialty retail, which is like, I'm going to sell shoes. And like we said, like a general store, like a Woolworths, which is not here anymore, or Fountains, would be a single destination commercial or retail establishment. They're allowed in mixed use Dixie Highway. They're allowed downtown. They're allowed in TOD West and East. I believe they're allowed in some capacity in mixed use East, which is the area that includes some of Lake and Lucerne, west of downtown area. And mixed use West allows it as well, and some of the federal highway zoning would allow it when it's really close to downtown.
Okay.
Oh, and artisanal industrial.
This is kind of a change for this area because it's like a storefront retail situation rather than a car repair or
yes
something. Is this the first one that's come in like that for that area? Seems like it.
It's the first one for that area, but it's not the first instance where we have been having requests to fill smaller spaces. Because as you have noticed, there's quite a lot of storefronts that are empty.
Right.
And there was a preference back in 2011 and 12, and Mr. McGoy can remember this, is that there was, when we were having retail establishments, we didn't have a lot of residents here. So people were driving in. And so one reason why the lot sizes were so big, you've got to accommodate all your parking on site because there isn't a lot of parking. Now there's a great deal of interest in walkable on retail, walkable commercial, people park in one place and then do the other things. And so the site, I believe, has very limited parking, but it is an existing building and it's likely not to get a reuse. And the way it's situated, it's unlikely that it will be torn down and incorporated in some other larger development in the near future. So this is probably going to be an interim use for a while. And then there is a great deal of interest in that AI area from 2 different investors. And there are some projects perking along that you may see in the next 6 months to a year that will, if all goes well, will dramatically change that Bohemian Garage corridor.
Here's hoping. Okay, Mr. Segrich?
So that's basically going to allow us to leverage a lot of those smaller lots into vastly different uses than they currently have, essentially, in that area. Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Take care. Good to see you.
Have a good evening.
See you in Orlando again.
Do you have any comment?
Actually, I won't be at the next meeting. I'll be out of town.
I guess
but
not.
After that.
But did you have any public comment?
Oh, we did.
Jump
Oh,
right
I'm
over.
sorry. We do have public comment. I'm sorry. Ramsey McLeod. Sorry about that. Madam Clerk, I didn't ask, were there any public comments on this one?
I don't have any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I understand why the owner of the business is submitting this ordinance change request. However, they knew what the restrictions were when they opened the business and chose to do so anyway. Now they're coming before us to change our ordinances, which has me very concerned about what other types of businesses will see this as an opportunity to take advantage of this change. My concern is this might be opening the door for other types of businesses that may not be a complement to our city. In addition, there are residential housing in that area as well. So I'm very concerned about the businesses being allowed in going forward and what impact that has on homeowners or tenants that live in the area. In addition, what was confusing to me in the backup, and maybe staff can explain it, Section B, Paren 7 states establishments with use areas equal to or greater than 2,500 square feet must front one of the city's major thoroughfares. Now, to me, that's 6th Avenue South, Lake and Lucerne, 10th Avenue North, Federal Highway, Dixie Highway. They're on a side street. So I'm really concerned that allowing this to go through, are we opening a door for a creep factor into some of our residential areas just because they back up to it? Like I said, this is right across the street from residential areas. I'm just, a little concerned about down the road how this might impact residential housing on the west side of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have already voted on it, but thank you, Ms. McLeod, for your comments. Okay, so moving on. Task order number 1 for professional services with Ziskovich LLC for the Municipal Beach Complex development. Do I have a motion to get going?
Do we need a motion before we get a presentation?
Well, we can, if you want. I mean, generally we do.
Okay, motion to approve for discussion.
Okay, any seconds?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. You're up.
Good evening. Good evening, Stuart Sword, Assistant Director, Leisure Services. So we have a couple of senior staff here from Ziskovich who will present shortly. They have refined the project approach into 44 deliverables that will span 9 months, and I'll let them speak to the finite details. Turn it over to Grace and Meryl. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed commissioners. Grace Perdomo, Director of Civic Practice with Ziskovich Architects.
And Meryl Romanek, I'm a Principal Architect with Ziskovich.
Okay. Again, pleased to be here with you, back to share with you a proposal that we've submitted that took into account your valuable feedback and input to the proposal that we presented back on June 26th. The proposal is divided into two phases. The scope and tasks that you see outlined in the proposal include fees for phase one. Phase two is to be developed once phase one is completed. And the extent of the proposal covers, again, the site and building assessment of the municipal building complex and a design-driven approach that considers and evaluates the location of the building as well as the site and looks at potential development options and leads a process by which you can make informed decisions as to the development and as to the future of the municipal beach complex. Phase one includes an initial due diligence and site and building analysis, as I mentioned. We have with us slides. Just quickly to reintroduce our team. As you see on the screen, Siskovich is leading this effort as prime consultant. We also have on our team Lambert Advisory, Miller Consulting, Kimley Horn, and TLC Solutions. Siskovich as prime will lead the visioning, site and building assessment, programming feasibility, planning and urban design, architecture, and also public outreach and design criteria. Lambert Advisory, Paul Lambert, who you met when we were here back in June, will help us with the market feasibility components of the study. We have Kimley Horn covering civil, landscape, coastal resiliency, traffic, and parking for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection assessment, structural, and also lead consulting. We have TLC Engineering covering that part of the scope, and we also have on our team a pool consultant, Aquatics H2O. The municipal building complex, which you're all familiar with, is a 19-acre plus site that you see outlined here with the red dotted lines, and it includes the casino building, the waterfront park, restrooms, the parking, as well as the pier located again within those 19 acres. And here we have outlined for you in a diagrammatic format, and this is the last slide of the presentation. I know that we had a lot when we met with you back in June, is the scope divided again into phase one and phase two. So let me walk you through the particulars of that, and again, open to any questions. Phase one is divided into three particular tasks that include the site and building assessment, which will be the first task that will be covered by the team. And we've detailed the many subtasks that are included within that first task. We have a task two that looks at what are the types of opportunities and assessment. It's really about looking at the strengths, opportunities, sort of SWOT analysis of the site. Task three looks at what are the development options. Now, we've provided a very detailed scope of what's included under the site and building assessment. We will be looking at previous studies that the city has conducted for that particular asset that you have. But of course, we've included a full team that will again do a deeper dive and analysis. We heard you loud and clear when we were here back in June that there was more information that was needed for that particular assessment, again, to understand what you have and what are the opportunities, and we'll get into what the development options are in a minute. We will kick off, do that analysis and review, and that will lead to task two. Task two covers looking at what are the different type of scenarios that would be involved in walking through what are the options for the site based on that initial assessment. The options can be a no-build option, obviously a hybrid option, a P3 option. Again, part of the process is with informed information, with good data to look at what the opportunities are with that particular complex and asset. We have included a total of three what we call planning scenarios. Again, those can be no-build, hybrid, or development option. Again, with the basis of information that we will be covering under task one, it allows us to look at what are the opportunities and constraints with regards to the municipal building complex. We have a series of we will hold a workshop with the commission and staff as part of task two. And we're also going to conduct 10 virtual pre-workshop stakeholder meetings in preparation for that workshop. The outcome of that work will lead us to task 3, which includes coming up, testing up to 3 development potential options for the site. If, for example, you identify that the way the commission wants to move forward is with a no-build option or a hybrid option, the work under task 3 will let us test up to 3 potential options under that particular planning scenario. That particular task will continue with visioning. It includes a market assessment and feasibility study by Lambert Advisory. We'll look at some conceptual project options and also a traffic analysis that will evaluate those 3 options and see what kind of requirements there would be, not only for infrastructure, but also impacts of traffic. We will end that particular process of task 3 with 10 in-person stakeholder meetings to define next steps and a final presentation to City Commission. Phase 2, as I mentioned earlier, includes, we've identified and outlined what we think a phase 2 scope of work would look like. But in this case, we really have, what we're laying here before you is that there really makes no sense to identify what phase 2 will look like without completing the work that we've outlined here for you under phase 1. But we're assuming that it will be to produce in more detail the design option that's selected, further evaluation of the site that may be needed, looking at zoning and land use regulations and recommendations, and also looking at what the implementation strategies are for the project, a potential developer forum, and then a formal solicitation if that is the decision of the commission of the board. And with that, Meryl, do you want to? Okay. So again, this scope is based on feedback that we received from this commission back in June, and we look forward to your comments.
Okay, I just have one real quick, as I was reading through this, and my question is, how do we know which plan to go? And this may not make any sense, but what else can I say? How do we know which plan to go forward if we don't have financial viability? You know, there's between task 1 and task 2, we have to like pick a couple.
The financial viability would come under task 3. There are steps under task 1 and 2 that would guide us in terms of what are the particular options, how you frame them and identify the goals for the project. And then once we test some options, we would look at the financial feasibility of the project.
Which causes me a little pause, because what do we base a decision on? Because obviously financial viability of this is utmost important. So how do we judge what to go on if, oh, we want this? Well, okay, it's a way. That's my concern. And I might be the only one that is concerned about that, but.
I think Meryl Romanek, I think that via the process, we're going to start to learn more about what the challenges and maybe the opportunities the existing facilities are. Those are going to help define some of the decisions we make. Obviously, even if we start to point in a direction and, and I'm making up something, but if, we have serious structural concerns but we're going to need to start to define all those impacts and what those costs are. We're going to start to keep a little bit of a tally as we start to develop this on, what we're learning, right? What we know right now is we don't know enough, right? And if we can learn more about it, it's going to start to define the things that we know that we need to accomplish. And I think if we can point in a direction with lots of input from lots of folks, we're at least going to try to build as much consensus as we can. And that will start to frame that conversation. But you're right. We may want to, have grand schemes and grand ideas. But we've got to go
what's been happening over the past 8 years.
Yeah, but we've got to go through the process of finding out what those ideas are too. So it's a little chicken and egg, but it's not like we're going to wait till the very end to tell you, ta-da, it costs this much. I think that we can be thinking about the cost implications as we're starting to develop it. And obviously, I think there's a general sensibility as to if it stays much more tame, if you will, and a more subtle approach that, it's going to be cheaper likely, right? But we don't know enough to really say any of that right now.
Right, but it is something you're bearing in mind as you
Yep.
go through
Mhm.
task 1.
Right.
Yeah, it's not, okay.
Yep.
And just one more quick, you talk about the city, your help evaluate the community benefits and financial impacts of each potential development scenario. And I'm just wondering, is the pool being up at the beach one of the scenarios that you're going to be looking at?
Yes, that
Okay.
would be one of the scenarios. that I would-
All right, I see some lights on. Sarah, if you are going to raise your hand, just shout out because I can't see you. We're sharing the thing. I have
Yes,
some.
ma'am.
Who was first? Miss May.
Hi,
Hi.
welcome back. I don't have birthday cake for you guys this time. Sorry. Yeah, remember it was my
Yeah.
birthday. I have a question. So I'm reading through this and I see task 1, task 2, task 3, and those are all part of phase 1. I love the organization. I'm kind of a nerd like that.
Yep.
Would you be willing to do one task at a time? I would be okay with doing task 1. And because I think that the data compilation and the analysis and the mapping and everything up to what are we going to do up there, I think we need to do absolutely 100%. And I understand conceptually why you would continue if we had no other interest and no other people willing to help financially with some of this stuff that we may not want to do twice, is what I'm saying. So I would be okay with doing task 1 for the $150,000. My 2 questions for that one would be, how long would that take? It says 9 months for all 3 of these. Are we dividing that in thirds?
We noted 6 to 9 months. Again, it's going to largely be dependent on the type of information that we will be reviewing initially that you already have.
Right.
And the amount of work that will be required of our engineers in that
Mhm.
assessment. We responded to an RFP that you put out last year in June,
Correct.
which covered looking at different components of the municipal building complex and evaluating what are the opportunities present, again, by that asset to look at not only how it could potentially be repositioned for benefit of the community, right? All following certain guidelines that were
Mhm.
very well drafted within your
Mhm.
RFP. We were selected in October as your consultant. And again, we assembled the team that we thought would be the team that can address the different components that you had outlined in your RFP. We've done this in many other communities, municipalities. I think that just covering the site assessment, you'd be shortchanging the initial goals and vision that you had when you drafted this RFP back in 2024, right? So
I mean, I can understand the position, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you didn't answer the question. Would you be willing to do task 1 without our commitment for the whole phase 1?
I'd have to think about it.
Okay.
I don't have an answer. It's a very good question, but I don't have an answer for you. Again, we've developed it based on the feedback we received back in June. This is very responsive of your RFP, which we think as it was drafted really gets you what you had intended to get from that RFP and that
Mhm.
response. So I think that parceling it out, again, limits the possibility of even defining next steps moving forward. There's a lot of value to the other 2 tasks that are intrinsically tied to.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm not saying that we wouldn't be interested in task 2, task 3, task 4, task 5. For me, I'm just not comfortable committing to more than task 1. That's all I'm saying. But I obviously am here to listen to my colleagues as well, because obviously we haven't talked about this before.
The other thing, if I may remind the board, the commission, when we met in June, there was not a clear consensus.
No, there
on the
wasn't.
Board of the direction that you should proceed with the municipal building complex.
Right.
And so we've drafted a scope of work that responds to the impact that we received from each of you.
No, I
Have also-
completely understand. You did exactly what we asked you to do.
Correct.
The difference between June and October, I think for at least me, I can only speak for myself, is I don't know that if it was today, if we would have put out that RFP, that we would need that entire scope of services. That's where I am in this. But I'm one of five. So that's just where I am. And we can go from there and listen to the rest. You guys did exactly what we asked you to do. I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm not saying that it's not a great comprehensive plan. I'm just not comfortable with more than task one at this moment. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McVoy, Ma'am, Mr. McVoy?
I didn't have my light on yet.
Oh,
No.
anticipatory. All right. Well, then I guess we're ready to vote. Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. So I read through this and then cross-checked with the previous proposal and tremendous overlap. Almost that it's just the same proposal, just divided into two phases with much of the text exactly the same. And looking at the overall cost, one of my primary concerns was cost, $700,000 for an RFP that and a response that wasn't even close to that. I'm looking at task number one and data compilation, and there's 15 different reports or studies or so on that the city has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars compiling over the years. Are you producing any original work product as part of this? Are you conducting your own studies as part of this? Because I don't
Yes.
see that.
Yes, we are.
Which ones?
May I also, for the record, share that the proposal that you have before you, the fees are for $450,000, which
Right,
is
but that's-
substantially less than the
That,
700.
yeah, I can divide a
Right.
5-step process into 3.5 steps and cut the price in
So
half
you're
as well.
getting- Yeah,
So we're getting half as much for half the price. I understand that.
not exact, yeah. So the assessment includes reviewing the documentation that you have today. But we also, as I mentioned before, have Kimley Horn, who you're very familiar with. You've engaged them in the past as part of the team. And we also have TLC Engineering, and the analysis will be more in-depth than the existing documents
Not-
that you currently
Not
have.
my question. What original work product? Are they going to conduct any kind of scientific surveys or do any kind of new geo studies or any new engineering or any of that kind of stuff? Or are they just going to read the reports which have been previously
No,
provided?
we will not only read the reports, we
So
will
what-
actually, we will be looking at it through a different lens, if I may explain. Reviewing the existing documentation that you have is one thing, right? It'll make the team be familiar with the type of studies that you already have. We will be updating any type of information that we come across through the evaluation of the engineers. But we're also looking at it from the perspective of how that information will inform the next steps.
I understand you're going to be reading what's existing and coming up with an opinion. I'm asking you, are you going to be generating new data besides the stuff that the city is going to provide you? Are you conducting new studies, new research, new engineering investigations? If so, what are they?
Yes, we will.
So there'll be a full assessment of the existing facilities, both from a mechanical standpoint, not the condition of the equipment that's out there, the condition of the plumbing that's out there, the condition of the electrical systems that's all out there. They will make field visits and analyze all the unique situations or the challenges or the good stuff. Maybe something was replaced, but we're going to have a good handle on all of the equipment, the way that everything is today and the infrastructure from an MEP standpoint. We're also going to take a look at
So
the
which task is that?
It's part of but that's part of the data compilation. That's what we're going to use for the basis. Also from a civil and drainage standpoint, they're going to be out there in the field taking a look at it. I'm going to be looking at accessibility. I'm going to be looking at code situations and compliance issues related to the building code. So we're going to do an analysis of that building that takes into account everything that exists to make sure that we can have a good look at it and know exactly what we could be working with or whether it's off the table because there's too many challenges.
And
the pool itself.
Also components that are not covered in your existing documents. So being able to identify what those gaps are and doing the work to fill those gaps is part of what the team will do.
So we're not going to get charged extra to fill in the gaps.
Sir, it's
Correct.
included in the scope of services.
So in looking at this, we're spending a great amount of money looking at data that we've already asked for as a city.
No,
Your whole first 1.2 is data compilation and analysis of the data. Please don't
correct.
say no
For
when
example, if you look
phase
at,
one is, well,
if you look at coastal engineering, for example, Commissioner Segridge, there will be due diligence that we will need to do for the site that you may or may not have in the documents that you currently have. So that is listed under coastal engineering. Tony will
coastal
be
engineering.
leading that effort. Researching the coastal construction costs. There are some issues that William identified that are electrical that you have to assess and deal with, right? There's also a lot of portions of the building have been unutilized for quite some time now. So updating, again, the information that you have, as well as identifying any gaps of information that you will need, will give a full assessment, both site and building, of what you have out there.
okay.
And we have the engineering to support.
Sure.
Engineer teams. To
My
support that.
question for staff is, we've spent all this money gathering this data over the years. Do we have staff or skill sets to perform this work? Or did we just order these things without any of the skill sets in-house in which to use them?
Well, I mean, well, I mean, you were here before me, but some of these studies and stuff go back quite a ways. I'll pass it to you.
I'm going to use a specific example of how we ended up where we are at. And I was on the design team working with REG Architects to put that together, the conceptual design to reconstruct the casino building. The site renovation work that was being funded by a Park and Rec grant from the county was already started. When I transferred over to work for the city, in the capacity similar to what I have now, it became apparent that the site design was designed with an assumption that the casino may or may not be there, and the pool. There were no connections to Benny's when the construction documents got here because the city did not even have a project manager for that site. There was one who I met, I think twice, Michael something, who actually ended up getting relief of his duties of the city before Jamie came to work for the city. So the two projects were going along concurrently, and eventually the casino reconstruction eclipsed the site work and it was completed before the site work done. But if you look at how it's designed, the casino was designed in a vacuum, the site was designed in a vacuum, and they were both engineered to death in terms of value engineering, and many things were removed. And the two do not communicate very well to each other. And then unbeknownst at the very last minute, oh, we've got to connect Benny's at the beach to water, sewer, and electric. That was never even considered in the site design. And there are a whole myriad of other issues. And so and I've been here almost 15 years and Jamie's been here just a little bit less than that, we have looked at little bits and pieces. Oh, let's deal with the pool. Well, we've never looked at how the pool would be integrated and actually could be possibly restored, which is a really big challenge, or how it would integrate with the existing casino. How do we, and I think this was touched on in two different versions, how does the site get improved so that the functionality of the casino actually makes better sense? Because the casino really has its catering kitchen and access on the wrong end of the building. There was a whole wing that was designed that was going to have it on the north end, but that price was $1.8 million more than the city could afford. So you ended up with a Yugo version of what you wanted, which was a Rolls Royce.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't really afford either one. But we did the best we could in the context of where we're at. And so understanding and looking at how we marry these things together that have never been in a relationship really, and never went on a date before they came together, is a charge that we're going to give to Ziskovich. And I hate to put it bluntly like that, but our beach does not work very well from a logistical standpoint, delivery standpoint. Some of the infrastructure was improved, but considerable pieces of it was not improved because it was not in the original budget.
And so there are a lot of little bits and pieces that it would be nice to know how can we bring them all together and what is it required to do that.
Mhm.
Staff, there is some capability of staff, but you don't have a city engineer who can dedicate their time to this. I have an architectural license and interior design license, and I've been involved in a lot, but I have a lot of hats that I have to wear, and I don't have time to commit to it. But I can offer a lot of assistance from a seniority standpoint and knowledge from the past that I can provide them that can save them some effort. But we really need to look at the beach as a holistic entity to see how best it can work together, because it is struggles, and everybody struggles with maintenance because the quality of the construction that was done there was not done very well. We're at a 15-year mark. Things age considerably faster at the beach than they would if they were in town. And so having a better idea of what capital improvements need to be done just to keep our casino building functioning and the pier, including Benny's, would be nice to know.
So back to question for you guys, sounds like staff needs the augmentation, right? Whether that's skill set or time. William is bringing up the existing building and kind of what to do that to sustain that, as well as future visioning. So is part of this also, that what we need to do to our existing building, or is this more about future visioning?
No, it depends again it depends on where we land with task 2, right? Part of the assessment is that this information will serve as a basis to evaluate the potential options or scenarios and see how you can relate, again, what the issues are with the building, the complex, the site.
So what you would
Make
term a
it
no
more-
build option would be essentially leaving it the same, but fixing a lot of the stuff, or what is a no build
Right,
option?
a no-build option is that you would not look to, for example, tear down the building, or you would look at, again, it's really a remodel, for lack of a better word, would be a no-build option, right?
Okay. And in there, you talk about hosting 10 meetings with the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders?
We have not identified those. I know that you did not like the answer that I gave last time when you asked about stakeholders. But we would the assumption is that we would work with city staff to identify stakeholders. And we also have, I didn't mention, we do plan on holding an open house, which we think is also a very important way to engage the public in this process.
And then I guess just my last question, do you have a ballpark of what you think phase 2 would be? Considering
not, sir.
So how were you able to do that with the first proposal?
I think that one thing is that you wouldn't want to negotiate right against yourselves without knowing where you will land with phase 1. It doesn't make any sense for us to identify and lay out a scope of work and fees that will cover that particular phase. You may not need at the end of the day what we initially outlined for phase 2.
Would you be willing to cap it at your original?
No, I can't say that without going through developing and finalizing phase 1 work.
Okay. So my major concern is that we asked for more clarity on this and a breakdown of costs. At least I did. I never received a full breakdown of costs. I just got pushback that it wouldn't be provided. I think what
the proposal
Excuse me.
includes a breakdown of costs.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think that what we've received is we've asked them to come back, and they've largely delivered us the same exact process, just in a much more detailed and easy to digest format. But I mean, I literally compared the two, and whole sections of it are the exact same verbiage, and I'm okay with that. My concern is that in asking them to go back and do that, that now they have looked at it and said, okay, well, we're just going to charge you a bunch of money for one phase, and now phase 2 is going to bring us way over the 700,000 mark. And that's my biggest concern with proceeding with this. Not that we don't need these services, not that going through this process is not needed for the beach, but the process of getting here, it just keeps getting more expensive, and there isn't a lot of willingness to look at this transparently, in my opinion. Those are my reservations. And, you know, to my knowledge, a lot of the consultants who are going to be leveraged on this are some of the very same consultants that have provided us the work product in the past. That in light of this, it's unusable work product for the city without another major consulting effort. So I'm torn because I think we desperately need something like this. I just not getting good vibes on the partnership.
But they were chosen. We went through an RFQ, RFP process. I mean, they are the ones that have been chosen. So I don't know if you're suggesting that we start completely at the beginning. I would like at some point before I die to see something happen at the beach. They were chosen from they were selected. We went through a whole thing. You might have gone through, line by line, but I see a difference. I mean, at that point, they were talking about actually working with the builder and designing the buildings and stuff, and I don't really see that here. Well, okay, but if we do phase one, we have in hand something that will let us go forward that we have never had. We have been rearranging the palm trees for the past number of years we need this. My feeling is we need this, whether we go to phase two or not with this, we need this information. We got to start somewhere.
I agree that this is necessary. I'm just not getting a good feeling. That's all.
Okay. Sarah, do you have your hand up?
No, ma'am, just listening.
Okay, just let me know if you do. I was gonna make sure we get you. Mr. McVoy? Nope.
Did somebody?
I said Mr. McVoy.
Okay. I too have concerns, pretty big concerns. I agree with the mayor that the community has been without a pool at the beach that it had for a very long time. It's been without that pool for a very long time. We've noodled around all sorts of different ways to think about that. Not very conclusive, not terribly organized, I don't think. And nothing has moved forward. And I think that led to a frustration probably on Jamie's part that, okay, we got to pick some different approach to moving this pool forward. And the approach needs to zoom out a bit more. What are we going to do? There's some design aspects of what kind of pool and so on. And then maybe we start throwing in, well, what should we do with parts of the building and what should we do some other things? But basically the motivation was, can we get a pool there? And can we get it going? And can we figure out a way to finance it? And I think we might have, in fairness to you folks, we might have, when we wrote our RFP, maybe not done it quite as well as we should have. It was a laundry list. Everything we might think about went on the list, which then leads to a proposal from you folks like, well, if you want to know everything, it's going to cost you a lot of money. A couple things I think are different now. I don't know whether you're aware of the meeting that we had last night, but we have made a choice as a commission, not necessarily my choice, but the commission has made a choice to put certain things on the ballot in March. We don't know what the outcome of that process will be, but depending on what the outcome, that changes the situation quite a bit. It allows some things, it doesn't allow some things. So to me, what this feels like a little bit is we should have specified 5 questions. What are things that we really need to know? And I had a discussion with Jamie the other day. I said, one of the issues is everybody would like to have a pool in the city. Where should it be? Well, An issue with the pool is how big is the differential between the costs and the expenditures and the revenues. Okay, in my mind, a question that's important is, as you examine the difference between those, we know that the expenditures are going to be bigger than the revenues pretty much in any scenario. How bad is that difference? Are we providing an amenity that we can somehow afford to run? But the question on location, which is a critical one, do we have a pool at the beach or do we give up on that idea and put it somewhere else? Okay, so a critical question is, how big is the differential between revenues and expenditures as you move it around to different locations of the city? And if the answer to that question is, yeah, there's a 5-10% difference in revenue to expenditures if you put it here, if you put it there, if you put it here, well, then the answer would be, that's not a big enough difference to really consider it. Then let's keep it at the beach, because there are a lot of intangible reasons that people like having the pool at the beach. If there was a huge differential that it's greatly different revenue versus expenditures when you put it in location X that isn't the beach, okay, that would be a useful piece of information. Then we move forward. I think we really need to identify what are those 3 to 5 questions that we need to know, because I sympathize with the concern that Commissioner Segers has raised and I heard from staff, it would be nice to know. I'm a scientist. At the end of sort of discussions, what usually happens is the scientist who's interested in soils or plants or whatever it is says, requires further research, i.e. send us some more money so we can keep doing something or other. This feels a little bit like, yeah, sure, it would be nice to know, but would it be $400,000 worth nice to know? Is it a critical piece to know? I don't think we as a commission or we as staff have done the exercise of what are the critical pieces. And all of this is happening in the context, although we passed some things yesterday at a meeting, this room was packed with people. Recent town halls have been packed with people. The meeting that we had with you back whenever, it was pretty clear that there is a strong contingent in this community that is very protective of the beach. Does
I'm
not
sorry,
want
Madam
to
Mayor,
be.
that's 5 minutes.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Could I finish
Wrap
a little
up.
bit?
Just
Yeah.
30 seconds. Wrap up.
So-
Brown.
One of the, really, there's only a few things that we need to figure out. Can you do a pool at the beach? Is it financially crazy compared to elsewhere? Can you rent out the second floor to some sort of income generating, reasonable high-end restaurant that would in fact generate income? And I don't think there's enthusiasm in the community to do a whole lot more than that. There is in some quarters, but there's not broad enthusiasm. There's broad statement, keep it a beach, get a pool if you can do it. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely get
Thank
the
you, Mr.
restaurant
McVoy.
going.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
McVoy. Thank
all
you,
of
Mr.
the
McVoy.
400,000
Mr. McVoy, please stop talking.
Well,
Mr. Brown, I'm
a
calling
point of
on.
order. Can I
No.
have a clarification from the attorney whether the mayor, in fact, what rule allows the mayor to stop, interrupt me while I have
I
the
can
floor?
set the time, and when the time is up, it's done.
I'd like a clarification from the attorney. If I have the floor, if a commissioner has the floor,
That's where self-editing comes in. So, Mr. Brown, do you want to say something?
You all have established rules, and part of those rules doesn't enable the mayor to set time limits for each of you all to speak in turn. And she did that at the beginning of this meeting so that she's working consistent with that.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How I described this earlier in a meeting, we basically have a puzzle up there and we're missing multiple pieces. All this is going to do is fill those in so we actually can see the complete picture. There were things and studies and stuff done prior to me getting here 14 and a half years ago. There was things that were done after that. Nothing was done as we described before really correctly. We really need to go back and fill in those initial steps that were not done. This has been sitting up there for quite a while. As Mr. Waters already stated, we do not have staff we can dedicate to this. We are incredibly lean. This is something that would need to be outsourced. If we do not move forward with something like this, it will continue to sit up there in the current condition it is in until you guys decide at some point in time that you would like to move forward and do something, or we sit back and wait and see if anyone comes forward with any type of ideas for up there that you guys might want to entertain. Those are basically our options. There is no other path forward with all of the missing pieces that are currently up there, because as William Waters also just stated, this project, as you're all aware, was value engineered to death. Cistern was removed, the drainage on the top, all the stuff we've had to do after the project was completed in the years following that to try and correct the issues that were removed. Like right now, the ballroom, a lot of the doors don't open because they had to be sealed shut and thresholds had to be installed and all that because the floor needed to be replaced because of all the flooding. Well, why was it flooding up there? Well, the French drainage was removed. The cistern was removed. All these things that were done after the fact because of what had to happen up there, because that project had to come in at $6 million, even though it was an $8 million plus project. These are the things we're dealing with. And I just do not know of a path forward on the beach if we can't move forward with some type of process like this. So I just want to be clear that everyone understands this will continue to sit in its current state until we move and do something about it. It's not going to correct itself.
Thank you. When we had the opening party in 2013, the ladies, we went to clear up as ladies are wont to do. And we all went to the kitchen and we brought the dishes and the plates and all that and discovered there wasn't a hot water heater. There was no hot water in the kitchen. So this, yes, value engineered to death. Absolutely. I agree with Mr. Brown. If we don't go for, that place has been sitting up there, the building since 2013, the pool's been closed. And I disagree with Mr. McVoy that it's only the pool that we're looking at. I believe that the whole purpose of this is to say, start with zero pool, whatever. Yes, it's true that we don't know whether we can go longer than 30 years for a lease until there's a referendum. However, that's in March or April or May. You guys are just getting started. So I think if you get that information at that point, you go, okay, well, we can't have that. And I think if we're talking about something that the city is going to somehow build, if we're not looking for a developer to come in, then we don't have to worry quite as much as about the finance. Not that we don't have to worry about the finances, but it's a little bit different picture than if it's a 30-year lease. If we build a building, some retailer or restaurant will come in for a 30-year lease because they're not investing all that money in the building itself. So I will cry if we don't if we don't go forward tonight, because otherwise we are going to sit there and we're going to watch that place just be the way it is. And we can criticize it to death, but I just feel like we've got to go forward.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The Vice Mayor's hand is raised.
All righty, Ms. Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, this is where I get frustrated with this commission. We went out to RFP. We had a very intense proposal from many qualified individuals. We chose Discovich. They came to us in June. We sent them back. We cannot keep doing this to our residents. We can't keep doing this to our staff. I'm in favor of moving this project forward through phase 1. Seeing what they come back with, back at the end of phase 1 with the data and the information that we have. And in the meantime, working through the possible referendum questions that will be part of this conversation. But for us to sit here and go back and forth about decisions that we made a year ago, we're not any better than the commission that sat here 5 years ago at this point. We made a decision, we hired the company, they've come back before us, and I'm sorry that certain commission seats have changed during that time, but we as a body, as a city, made a decision and we need to stick to it. So I'm in favor of moving this forward through phase 1 and then having them come back at phase 2.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich, is your light still on or? Okay. Are you timing us, Madam Clerk?
Yes, let me give you an update.
Thank you.
There's 12 minutes and 2 seconds left on the item. Madam Mayor, you have 10 seconds left. Commissioner May has 2 minutes, 32 seconds. Commissioner Segrich has 2 minutes, 41 seconds. Commissioner McVoy has no time left. And the Vice Mayor has 3 minutes and 46 seconds. And I do have public comment on this item.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
So I understand the vice mayor's frustration with commission changing its mind. This commission and the vice mayor did the same exact thing to the city manager RFP. We voted to have the RFP. We voted to come and judge the participants. And then all of a sudden we voted to quash it. Twice. So, forgive me for not being here the first time this was chosen. And I am perfectly willing to say that I'm at a disadvantage, having not known the full benefit of the why and how the previous commission got to this decision. I agree this has to be done. I do have concerns with our choice of who we are moving forward, just from the relationship thus far. And in the first meeting, the principal of the firm saying, sounds like you don't need me, I'll walk. It's very concerning because this is going to be a very difficult process. It is not going to be easy. The questions I'm asking now are a cakewalk compared to what our residents are going to ask you and what I'm going to be asking during this process. Do I have your commitment that we're not going to get the attitude of, you don't seem to like us, we're going to walk?
Absolutely, Commissioner Segrich. We want to be helpful. As I mentioned earlier, we've done this type of work before. We understand that every community is different. We really work to tailor a process and engage our team with you, the community, the city staff, to be able to, again, ask the right questions. This process ensures that all the questions that Commissioner McVoy mentioned earlier are addressed through this process. And at the same time, base it on very solid foundation that is very data focused and driven.
And at the end of phase one, in your experience, will we have a work product at that point that we could use to go out to potential partners or to potentially explore working on our own or doing a bond? Would we be at that point, or would we need significant investment to even get to that point?
Well, again, as I mentioned earlier, the steps that we left in the scope for phase two are highly dependent on, again, the process and the outcomes of phase one. You will end up with options that will allow you to make informed decisions.
But at the end of phase one.
At the end of phase one, correct.
Okay. So I'm comfortable moving forward. I will repeat my relationship concerns from before. The vice mayor does make a good point that this has gone through the RFP process. We've chosen a vendor and so on. But I really would remind this commission, we often pick and choose which topics we choose to take a stand on and say, hey, we shouldn't act that way. This commission did the exact same thing on the city manager search. And to say that it's shameful for us to do it now, it's just silly. We should be allowed to question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have public comment. We have I have a few cards here, ma'am, and I'm sure you have Ramsey McLeod, followed by Peggy Fisher, followed by Jackson Stahl, followed by Anthony Zeitlin.
This on? I apologize for my redundancy. Some of you touched base on some of the things I'm going to mention here, but I'm going to state them anyway, just for the record. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. When this came up previously, I was under the impression that you all agreed you wanted a study done that did not include a hotel or any residential living accommodations at our beach. I also thought you wanted Zygovich to focus more on earth conditions at the beach. However, the only thing I could find in the task order close to that was subsection 1.2, data compilation, the sixth bullet down. Previous geotech reports, including reports of subsurface soils conditions with recommendations for foundations and site preparation. I didn't find any mention of conducting a new geotech study so we can know what the current underlying conditions are. We've had some serious storms over the last 10 to 15 years, and we have experienced some erosion at the beach. So I really think an updated study needs to be included, particularly if the report they are referencing was conducted prior to all the damage that was done at the pier. Subtask 2.3, workshop with commission and key city staff. Third bullet down. Garner public feedback through real-time polling, i.e. Menti or similar digital polling tool, and a comment box for public attendees. The title of this section does not include a public presence. So how are we to provide input if this meeting is only with the commission and key city staff? There is no mention of an alternative way to get public feedback for residents who are not comfortable with digital input, and or what efforts are being made to garner input from individuals only fluent in Spanish or Creole. The only place I saw where they engage public feedback is at the end of subtask 3.5, outreach, stakeholders and public engagement, which is just before they begin the implementation process. How is this supposed to make the public feel they've been included in this process all along? Who are the targeted or identified stakeholders, and who is deciding who qualifies to be one? My preference is to have a compilation presentation at the end of task 1, so we can decide if it warrants moving to task 2.
Thank you. The one thing I did not mention is I don't see enough public meetings up there. I don't see enough public input up there. And I didn't mention that before. Peggy Fisher? And I think that's very important that we.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. From a title standpoint, task order number 1, that totals to $472,000. But there's task 1, and then there's task 2, and then there's task 3 under task order number 1. It's not clear to the public. You just said, oh, you want to have public input. Well, you got to make it clear to the public. One of the things that not up at the beach under that casino building are pilings that should have been put in when the building was basically rebuilt. Although that was sort of sleight of hand so that they didn't have to abide by what the state would require. As far as getting a restaurant and high-end dressed up on the second floor, that was pretty much in place and then killed back when the building was being built. So I don't want to hear any more about that. You've just spent money or given an order to someone to assess the pier. We don't need them assessing the pier if you're paying someone else to assess the pier. Where's all this money coming from? We just keep putting things out there. And lastly, you all chose them on October 30th, 2024. And this is just now coming to the city and to the residents. That's the problem. Right there. You don't put things in priority order. You don't stay on top of things and say, we need this to come back dead stop in 6 months. They came back one time, you didn't like it. So then they came back in June, and we're now coming back in October. So now we're going to wait another 9 months for them to finish all these 3 phases or these 3 tasks. And we'll be back here in October next year, and still nothing will be done.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. Jackson Stahl. Followed by Anthony Zeig.
Jackson Stahl, 211 North Lakeside. A lot less eventful tonight.
Speak up a little bit.
Jackson Stahl, 211 North Lakeside. All right. So I was going to say one thing, and then I listened to him, Mr. Waters, and it's like a litany of issues with construction. So just about, according to that, without appropriate plumbing plans, electrical plans, and a hodgepodge of constructions, just about any developer could come in and probably cite the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act, which is a massive issue for ever keeping that building there. It would have to come down. It wouldn't even be protected, I believe, in historical in the capacity that I just listened to. The other thing is, does this include water quality testing, because obviously we have botched plumbing in a place where the water table is high in an environmentally protected area. I mean, that would fall under FDEP, and I'm fairly certain federal Fish and Wildlife, not only FWC. As a soil guy and a scientist, I think you would also be required a slip test. There is a litany of issues that I think we are going to encounter. I'm not even sure, and obviously last night happened. So you have a whole different ball game coming in March. I get wanting to do this tenfold. You got to figure it out. There are so many regulations you're going to have to. I mean, this is bringing up. There are so many different studies that might absolutely be required and or demanded, and possibly based on that report, that whole site might have to be demolished.
Thank you. That's time.
Please look into it. And if you have to delay it, take a moment to delay it.
Thank you, Mr. Zeitlin.
Anthony Zeitlin, 117 18th Avenue South. It's interesting. Ziskovich was the people that they got kind of pushed out of the room last time they were up here. Mr. Ziskovich was here, I believe. I'm not really sure what has really changed, why we went from a staunch no to a, okay, why not? Why don't we see it? I can't tell you from the back, I can't read any of this stuff. I don't know what any of this really says. I can say this, that it seems like $700,000 for some outsider to tell us what we already probably know seems like a bad idea. Just, common sense. With your permission, Mayor, I would like to maybe make a little comment box, like literally just a wooden box, and just put it at the beach. Why don't we just see what the residents that actually go to the beach want to say? Just put some comment. I'll fund all this myself. It'll probably cost $50. I'll save you, $699 million or $99,000. And we'll find out what the citizens want. And, maybe we can put together some sort of, we have tree and landscape boards, right? We have boards for everything. Why don't we make a board for the beach? And we can put people from a variety of backgrounds on there, professionals, residents, people like that. And that way we can actually get real feedback on what the citizens want, obviously within means, because, if you just let them have free reign, right, they're not exactly always the most sane people. But I think that if we have a good, diverse mix of people and professionals, we can get exactly what we want to see out of the beach. And we don't have to spend and go through the dog and pony show that this is obviously going to be like it kind of always ends up being with these big budget items. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? Oh, it's 9:44. Does anybody?
Can I? Excuse me, Mayor,
Yeah,
Commission, can I add 2 comments in response to
Sure.
the question that you brought up? Regarding the diagram, the large dark dots indicate the 3 tasks. The small pink dots are subtasks within each task. The star light blue indicate touch points of community input. The first input that is defined in the scope of work is input from stakeholder community meetings that we will be conducting a total of 10 of those. So before we talk to the commission, to city staff, out of the gate, the first connect point with the public is through that first dot that you see on the map. We follow with a workshop with commission, and the input that you can do through a box in the beach, we're actually doing through what we call a Menti survey, which is done with a QR code in the phone. And everybody during the workshop with commission can participate also that way.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a limit of how many stakeholders? You have 10, virtual. I do a lot of virtual.
We have 10 starting off, then we conduct
But
a
how
workshop.
many people would, one of the questions is how do you get who's the stakeholder?
Yes.
So on a virtual meeting like that, how many?
We would want to identify stakeholders that represent a diverse set of your community. So representatives that can, again, come and voice their opinions, provide their feedback and input. We also have, so there's a total of 20 of those. And in addition to that, we also have an open house and the workshop with commission and city staff and the opportunity to provide feedback through online survey through QR codes.
And I think the
Saves
city,
on the mail. Yeah.
it would behoove us while they're doing that to do our own. We can do our own research, reaching out to people to find out what they want as well. Okay, so.
Motion to extend past 10.
Second.
Oh,
Okay.
and,
Wait
sorry.
1 second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
We just had to extend our time. past-
Just for clarification again of the public, the proposal before you, the fees are 450,000, not 700 plus. That was the proposal that we presented to you back in June.
Right, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, I have 3 comments.
Okay.
Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am against this proposed work order. The residents do not want more commercial development at our beach. Leave it alone. You just listened to many residents speak against development at our beach last night. Listen to the residents. I'm also concerned about the conflict of interest regarding this proposed vendor and their involvement in other projects in the city. As a result, this task order is a huge waste of money. We don't need a pro-developer consultant to bring big development to our beach. Our beach is for us, not developers. This is dumb. Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I would like to begin by acknowledging that our beach complex clearly requires attention. The long vacant second floor of the casino and the closed deteriorating pool are reminders that this public space is not reaching its potential. The community wants to see thoughtful, achievable progress that brings the beach back to life. That is why it's important that any proposal the city funds be clear, accountable, and focused on outcomes. While the Ziskovich proposal includes many well-intentioned ideas, it leans heavily on process language, terms like placemaking, visioning, and design-driven approaches without clearly defining what the public will actually receive for nearly $473,000. Even more concerning, phase 2 is left open-ended and undefined, essentially committing the city to additional costs before phase 1 has produced any tangible result. That makes it difficult for the public and for you to evaluate whether this first phase delivers real value or simply sets the stage for more consulting fees. I fully support moving forward with improvements at the beach, but we should invest in clarity over complexity and results over rhetoric. I think a better proposal would give us measurable progress, not just more studies about studies. Thank you. And the final comment on this item is from Ginny Powell, 224 North Palmway. This project feels like overkill, especially considering that 95% of residents who spoke on the charter amendment last night opposed long-term leases, major development, and especially any hotels, rentals, or condos. That said, the results of this study may be useful as it will compile past reports, gather new data, and hopefully be able to guide modest future changes to our municipal beach complex. Some key points and questions. 1, beach pool. Residents have consistently asked for a beachside municipal pool, and I understand there's still around $6 million earmarked for it. Not enough, but hopefully Ziskovich can tell us if it is even possible to build a pool at the beach, and if it is, about what it would cost. The school board may help with funding, and residents may support a revenue bond once costs are known. A resort-style pool offering lap, swim, water fitness, and recreation could generate year-round use and enough revenue to pay for maintenance. But if built off-site, it will likely fail in winter due to low use, even if heated. Tourists will not travel to a pool at the ball fields. 2, landscape report. The Tree and Landscape Board commissioned a report by horticultural consultant Lisa Hammer, dated October 25th, 2021, regarding the native landscaping at the beach installed around 2012 to 2013. Much of the landscape was in bad shape due to poor maintenance practices. Unfortunately, few recommendations in the report have been implemented. The report should be reviewed by Ziskovich and included in the study of studies. 3, stakeholder representation. How many public stakeholders will be involved, and how will they be chosen for the initial strategic planning process? It is critical that residents of all stripes, whether they support a P3 or who support minimal changes or a no-build option, are fairly represented. That's the end of the comments on this item.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Do I have a vote? And all in favor of going for?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Segrich?
Nay.
Ms. May?
Aye.
I vote aye. Mr. McBoy?
Nay.
Okay, when it passes 3-2. Okay, so but I think you've heard us loud and clear. We want more
Data.
stuff. We want more stuff from you. We don't just want a rehash of what we have. We want more input from our citizens, and we'll figure out how to do that. More face-to-face sorts of things, not just online, not just, okay. And I mean, although it's, we're asking for that, it's not in your written thing, but we're counting on you to do that. Okay, we are hoping that we come out of this first task group with something, we can do this and that'll make sense, or we can do that and that will make sense. And the numbers are with it. So you're under a lot of scrutiny. We're not playing any games here. So, just understand that it's obviously it's going to be a rough road, but we'll somehow get through it. Just stay in touch and do a good job. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving next up is. Okay, task order number 19 for consulting services relating to the downtown parking and residential parking permit program. This isn't. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
So we've obviously had this discussion multiple times before. All this is the task order to start the process to look into an actual conversion to a paid parking program and an overall parking management program based on our downtown corridor. We did, based on our previous discussions, modify the actual perimeter of what we're looking for, which is basically the tracks to Gulfview and 7th Avenue North to 6th Avenue South. We do have our consultant, Ben Sands from WGI on for any questions you guys may or may not have. And we also have Stu and Carlos, our parking manager, on here as well. So we are ready to entertain any questions.
Okay, great. One thing I'm curious, this is a study. Here's a question. Does this mean that we are absolutely going to put in paid parking in the city? My impression is that it's not, but it looks like it keeps talking about paid parking. So that's just a question.
No, it does not. In order to even get to that point where you guys would be having that conversation, we would have to have this type of study done first, because we need to identify exactly how far north, how far south. This would incorporate a residential decal program. There are many different parts of this, employee permit parking, all of these things. We couldn't just roll into a paid parking model without having all of this laid out first, which will have community input. There will be a lot of different aspects to this, but this would be a step one if that is something you guys would eventually like to move to.
Okay. And one possibility is that we come up and say we don't need paid parking. We're keeping an open mind. I just want folks to know that this is not just the death knell of paid parking. That may eventually be what happens, but we're not setting it up specifically for that. There's a lot involved more than
there's a lot involved in this process, and this is something that would need to happen before we could even get to that conversation.
And I just have one comment on 6.0. Progress meetings. The consultants shall schedule periodic progress review with the city project manager, but every 30 days is the minimum. I would like that project manager then to report to us every 30 days so that we know what's going on, to keep us in the loop. Okay. Mr. McFoy? Okay. Madam Clerk, you keeping time?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. McFoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the clarification that this might result in paid parking, but it might not. In that context, that it is somewhat of an exploratory proposal or study, if that's correct. That means you ask the relevant questions sort of at the front end before you get to the decision of paid parking. So in that context, can someone tell me where in this proposal there is a study of the economic impact of paid downtown parking on our downtown businesses?
Stuart Sword, Assistant for Leisure Services. Ben, I believe Ben is on Zoom. So for the finite questions, Ben, can you answer that from Commissioner McVoy?
There isn't a specific study of the economic impact of parking fees to the individual economics of the business and or the patronage of the businesses. However, there is a robust public engagement component of this so that we understand the fears that the businesses have and or create programs and plans that could assuage those concerns, i.e., like a validation program that would work with a paid parking program and those kinds of things. This task is intended to generate the plans that would enable you to choose to switch to paid parking and understanding the information necessary. For instance, a workforce management program to understand how much workforce is necessary to hire to implement paid parking in the downtown, as well as the residential permit programs in the adjoining neighborhoods.
Thank you for that clarification. I would, as a follow-up, ask another question. Is there anywhere in this study that looks at the revenues and expenditures of paid parking programs in neighboring cities so that we have some idea of how much they actually generate? You could then scale it in some fashion to make it more comparable here. Is that included in this study?
I believe there is a peer review component to the study. I'm trying to find the specific reference to it.
Yeah, I appreciate the idea of peer review, but that isn't what my question was at all.
If you're asking a study of adjoining municipalities that have paid parking programs and the impacts and profitability of those programs.
I don't know that I would label it a study, but simply getting the data from a few other cities and say, you know, it generates $1 million of revenue, but it costs $800,000 to operate the program. So your net is 200. Some idea so that, because it seems like I'm kind of hearing two things. I'm hearing from the consultant that this is basically to work out the plan to get us to paid parking. I'm hearing from the mayor that, well, this isn't necessarily going to get us to paid parking. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. If the mayor's analysis is correct, then you would think you would want the information as part of the proposal that lets us make that decision. Do we want to go to paid parking, including, hey, not just are the businesses unhappy or happy and how can we keep them happy, but an economic analysis, how bad would they be hit? And what would the return on the money be, as best as we can estimate based on our neighbors or based on whatever other estimation procedure one might have. But it seems like either we should be upfront and we're saying we're moving to paid parking. This is just working out the details of how big the area should be and who should get a voucher, whatnot. We're going to paid parking. We're not evaluating whether we're going to paid parking. We're going to it. Or if we're saying, no, this is a process of figuring out whether we should go to it, then it seems to me I've raised at least two things that should be included in that study for us to make a rational decision tomorrow.
Thank you. Jamie, Mr. Brown.
Just to make sure I'm clear, Commissioner McVoy, it sounds like what you're asking for is just operational costs, like the actual revenue versus expenses, which is, Carlos, we can pull that from West Palm, from Delray, from all the places around us. So are you asking for something other than, because that's straight from their budget or the other parts?
Yeah, that's why I said I don't think it needs to be a study. It's just getting the data. So
that's very easy to get. Carlos already talks to other parking.
Okay, because we need to know, because sometimes it said, well, you know, if we had a paid parking problem, that's going to generate vast amounts of income. Let's see some actual numbers from places that are doing it and compare that to some reasonable estimate that's got some methodology to it of, hey, if this is $1 million hit to the businesses in our town, and that is a XYZ tax hit to the city because of that $1 million hit to the businesses, even if you aren't just worried about the businesses themselves, that would need to be compared to, well, it made 200,000, but the businesses took $1 million hit. That would seem like pretty relevant information for us to have before we get to the decision.
The difficulty with that is we don't know why a business would be thriving or not thriving.
But I think common sense and common knowledge says that paying for parking when every city around here, when we're the only city that doesn't pay for parking, it's pretty reasonable to assume that if we shift to paid parking, that's not going to increase things for the businesses. It's not going to increase people's enthusiasm to come down. And we've heard from various sources that people aren't excited about the idea.
And I've
It
heard
seems
from
like it
multiple business owners
behooves.
downtown who said just the opposite too. So, and again, just to also answer your question as far as, does this mean we're absolutely going to pay parking? You guys might look at the results of this and say, we're not a fan of the residential program, or we feel it goes too far in the neighborhoods or not far enough, or you guys might not be in favor of what this comes back at. So again, this is not saying we're definitely moving to paid parking.
I
We
understand that.
we need to provide a work product.
I
and a deliverable.
understand that I'm hearing that it's not a done deal decision, but one should identify, if you're going to pay someone to do a study, one should identify some of the key pieces that we should know before getting to that decision. And that's why I'm asking, is that part of it? And I'm hearing it's not.
The only thing I've heard that you brought up that is not part of the actual proposal is just simply pulling the revenue
No,
and expenditures from other cities around
economic
us.
analysis of what's the hit to the businesses.
But again,
that's the most key piece.
But
That's
what the private businesses are doing, there is no indicator of
How you figure that out?
yeah, because whether a business is thriving or not, it's difficult to say that is a result of paid parking.
You might be into, the committee might be into, a commission might be interested to know that at one of my totally unrelated to the city meetings with the National Academy looking at Everglades restoration, one of the people on that committee got nothing to do with hydrology or soils or Everglades or birds or fish or any of that. She's a resource economist at Cornell University. And I asked this question, is that the kind of question that resource economists can provide an answer to? And she said, absolutely. That's the kind of things they do, is figure out those kinds of information. So it's doable.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich. Oh, no, I'm going to call Ms. Malega. She's up there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As somebody who has owned a business downtown for over 10 years, there's nothing that's going to determine if paid parking is going to hinder or help. The bigger question is destination locations. We all go to other cities to attend museums, theaters, events, and if you want to go to that destination, you will pay to park. The Business Advisory Board is at the forefront of this conversation. They're waiting for us to make a decision before they start doing outreach to all the businesses, not just on Lake and Lucerne, but the ones on from the roundabout all the way down, because it's going to affect businesses. I have more businesses call and complain about people continuously parking in front of their place of business, overnight parking, abandoned cars that are hindering their businesses from being successful. I do want to make sure that when we're looking at this study, that we are including an employee parking lot for our downtown businesses at a discounted rate. Because it's unfair for us to burden the employees to have to go move their cars every 4 hours. I really want to make sure that we don't miss that point. We have to have something for the employees downtown that's easily accessible for their employees to get to, where they're not going to be towed after 2 o'clock at night when they're closing a bar. So that's my biggest concern. But the Business Advisory Board is awaiting for us to make a decision so they can start doing outreach with the businesses in the community.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to just comment just in general on the format of this. It was really easy to tell where the time was being spent and where the effort was being spent on these deliverables. And it made this going through this a lot clearer as to what we were getting for our money. Very clear deliverables and work effort. With that, I think this includes pretty much everything that we asked them to do. The boundary map does need to highlight the Bryant Park area. So that needs to be updated. I would echo Commissioner Malega's request that we address employee parking for our downtown. And so I would make a motion to approve this with the amendment that we update the boundary to include the Bryant Park parking area, as well as make sure that employee parking is part of the analysis.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have just a couple, along with the same lines. Every time we've talked about if there's going to be paid parking downtown, we have always talked about residential, our residents getting a different deal, whether it's a parking, like your beach sticker also counts for the garage or the downtown parking. I think Delray just started some parking, and their yearly thing is like very cheap for residents. So I don't want to ever forget that. That's really a very important part of this, because we don't want to hurt our residents. And Mr. Segrich?
Sorry, before we hear public comment, the real rough answer to Mr. McVoy's question of the impact is implementing new paid parking programs will temporarily impact 5 to 15% of local foot traffic, so long as there is free parking available relatively close by. There are many studies online that do look at this exact topic for different cities, different city makeups, and so on. And I would say, for all of us, I would encourage all of us to look some of those up and read them, as well as talk to our individual business owners. Another thing to consider with that is we think about our Dixie Highway corridor, some of our peripheral businesses, and when we look at some of this stuff, if we were to implement some sort of paid parking program, it may inadvertently benefit them, as they might not be in that zone. But I am a huge proponent of let's exhaust every other opportunity for revenue before we explore the downtown paid parking. But this is going to allow us to solve so many other problems that we have with our parking situation here in the city. And it's not all about revenue with that. It's about implementing rules and technologies.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I have public comment.
I have some up here as well. Just assessing where we're at. Ms. McLeod, followed by Mr. Stahl.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Why is the downtown area limited to those businesses east of Dixie Highway? Why does the parking area map only go west as far as the FEC railroad tracks and not to A Street? Why does it go all the way up to 7th Avenue North and 6th Avenue South on the east side of Dixie Highway, and these areas are considered downtown? To me, downtown is between 2nd Avenue North to 2nd Avenue South, from Federal Highway to A Street. There are numerous restaurants, bars, and businesses thriving west of Dixie Highway, and we are experiencing the same residential parking issues as the east side of the downtown area. Again, this is just another example of how our city is being purposely divided between the east side and the west side of Dixie Highway. I'm tired of city decisions being made based solely on residents and businesses east of Dixie Highway. Since we redistricted the city, each commissioner now has a part of the city west of Dixie Highway. However, none of you ever speak on behalf of the residents residing in that area, except me. We are never taken into consideration when citywide decisions are being made about our downtown area. You constantly speak of diversity of our city, and yet you make decisions that don't include us. We don't get support from you or code enforcement, while slumlords are prolific in this area, causing deteriorating living conditions and bringing down property values for homeowners residing there. This area is the entrance and the exit of our city, and yet no one seems to care what kind of impression this makes to visitors who come here. This is just another prime example of how the governance of this city is operating on the same premise our city was originally advertised: an all-white city, and those are the only people you care about. Oh, as long as they live east of Dixie Highway.
Thank you, Mr. Stahl.
Hello again. Jackson Stahl, 211 North Lakeside. It was pretty easy to figure out net income for West Palm Beach parking. I guess in 2023 it was $11,118,248. Pretty substantial. Delray, they don't actually publicly post their numbers. You'll have to figure that out, but it seems just short of that. And they're expecting an additional $1.5 million this year from parking increases. All right. So I did say against on there. I am only against one thing I found most annoying in my previous location where I lived was having to get these parking permits and visitor permits for everyone coming to visit your home. I don't think it needs to extend far out from Lake and far out from Lucerne. I think that's just a real hassle, and it seemed like a double tax. Otherwise, the parking I think makes total sense. We're footing the bill, as we just spoke before, for things that need to be done, and we need some revenue. And sadly, there are a ton of cars that are like left around that you're like, does this belong to anyone? And then it's still there like 3 weeks later. That can't be. That's not a good look for the city. It's another part of cleaning it up. I think there's no reason at all to not keep the good efforts going and making it clean. And listen, we're not as big as Delray and West Palm, and we don't have to charge the same prices, but you can generate really fair and good income. I don't think it will impact businesses. People will still come here. I would say maybe starting on the lower end is better until we get some butts in the seats down there. We need some, obviously there needs to be thriving business in town. I don't know what the impact of paid parking has on, empty windows and closed doors, but there's got to be something. It's definitely the numbers are super clear. You guys are going to be able to pull that easily. The comparisons in our neighboring.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Solid.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, Madam Mayor, I have 3 comments, and 2 were from the previous meeting when we didn't get to this item. I felt it was fair to read the comments.
Yep.
Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. Commissioner May held a town hall last night. So obviously that was in September. And we heard from several residents how concerned they are about the vacant storefronts downtown. They are worried about the turnover we are seeing. I think you owe it to all the businesses and residents to design this program to be rolled out on a trial basis. This can't happen once you invest in the parking garage. You need to see if people are willing to pay for parking, what the impact will be on the businesses before spending $10 million on a parking garage that can't be undone. I am also disappointed that when a resident brought this concern up last night, Commissioner May's response was that we don't have paid parking, but here we are the very next night getting ready to spend $100,000 to bring it to the downtown. Giovanna Dominguez Timor, 301 8th Avenue North. The residents of Lake Worth Beach have repeatedly reported to you that they do not want paid parking in the city. They want every business to succeed and want to continue to enjoy what few cities can claim: free parking for residents and visitors in our largely struggling downtown. They have delivered wide-ranging explanation as to why this is a bad idea that will hurt the city, and yet this continues to be moved forward as if no information has been brought to you by an intelligent, well-informed citizenry that invests their valuable time to advise you and plead with you as members of a community who lives here, walks these streets, patronizes these businesses and deliver their children to activities downtown catering to them. This idea should be scrapped. Work instead on the derelict structures owned by real estate hoarders that could become jewels to our downtown. Revenue streams come in many forms with a bit of imagination. And the last comment is from Alexander Katakis, 1424 North L Street. Please do not continue the process to implement paid parking downtown. Like most of our residents, I am not a wealthy person. I am downtown often, not to use as parking, but to contribute to our local businesses. Example, the Playhouse, Common Grounds, and yes, LGOTS or IGOTS. My son participates every semester and summer in classes at the Playhouse. While I often ride my bike, there are days when it's either too hot or too wet to do so. Having to pay money to park in the downtown of the city I live in infuriates me. I also do not believe paid parking is going to make our downtown any more attractive to visitors. Rather, I believe it may turn visitors away. Prices are going up in every area of life. People are going out less. Do not make it more expensive for people to come celebrate our town and socialize with one another. That's the last comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I just have to, I was just remembering my office is right on Lake Avenue, and more than once people would park and like look for the parking thing, and I would say it's free, and they were like, "Oh my God." So, okay, so we have a motion. Oh, Mr. Segridge and Mr. Brown.
I was going to amend my motion to also increase the boundary from 2nd Avenue North to 2nd Avenue South, extending out to the roundabout or A Street. Ms. McLeod brought up a very good point about that. So long as it does not increase the budget by greater than 10%. Because I assume it will. No.
No.
Right now it stops at Dixie. So.
But not 7.
Correct.
Just west of Dixie.
Including what is most of the business area and industrial area of all the way out to A.
And my hand was up, but when we gave direction for this, we actually stated that we wanted it to be from the roundabout to the intercoastal.
So, but 2nd Avenue, but not 7th and 7th because there's not.
So, Commissioner Malega, the original direction that we gave was from the roundabout 7, basically extending the whole map to the roundabout. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because we wanted to look at the residential and the implementation of giving residential decals to help with the slumlords and the crowding on the street. So we had given direction to bring that back.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. It's not in the parking deck. Mr. That's what we're talking about. Thank you. Mr. Sands, is it Sands?
Yes,
Are you, I assume you're listening.
I am.
And
I wanted to reassure you that the study map that I most recently approved was from 6th Avenue South to 7th Avenue North. I may have those inverted. And it was from the intercoastal to the train tracks was my understanding.
Correct.
Which train tracks?
Right. There's Eastern and Western.
As we discussed last time, Golfview from second is included. That is included. We talked about the tracks. This was going to be, if this was something you guys wanted to move forward with, this was going to be a phased approach. Keeping in mind the operational aspect of this, we have so many parking officers. We had talked about, we would like to extend at some point that much further west to the traffic circle. That is a very, very large boundary right off the bat, trying not to bite off more than we can chew. Because if we're going to do this and roll a program like this out, we need to be able to enforce it. So trying to phase this in.
Study it. It could still be part of the study. We just might not.
And that was the direction that we gave, that if we're going to do it, we need to see it as an overall plan.
If I may, there's also included in here the analysis of, you know, how much workforce and what the boundaries of the potential parking benefit district are supposed to be, so that we create a manageable system for you guys. I think that's what Jamie's speaking to, is we don't certainly want to try to introduce a program that can't be enforced with the workforce that you have. But build a plan that kind of matches the areas, the impacted areas with the workforce that you either need to develop or that you currently have.
Okay. So
I like some.
I see that.
Okay.
Thank I did. I saw it. Are you done, Mr. Segrich, right now? or-
Well, so just to clarify, to amend my motion so that the boundaries go from the roundabout or A Street, following the north and south boundaries to the intercoastal. And that is for the study area, understanding fully that we're going to have a phased approach for implementation.
So you're going from Seventh Avenue North to Sixth Avenue South, west of up to the roundabout. Is that what you're suggesting?
East, yeah, roundabout east.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Were you the original seconder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown,
Can I have a little bit of clarification because
it'd
adding
be more expensive.
is not going to be 10% more because we're now adding from the train tracks all the way to A Street and then now extending all the way to 7th Avenue North and 6th Avenue South.
If I may, Jamie,
Yeah, go ahead.
the plan here was to develop a matrix, right? Like basically a formula for as you add block faces, how many enforcement agents do you need to actually be able to enforce those block faces, right? And so you can expand the study area as much as you want. Our formula will change based on the proximity of the block faces that are introduced to the main area of operation, right? So all you do is as you stretch that potential area of study is you're going to change the equation for how we calculate the necessary workforce and infrastructure for that system to be promulgated.
So how much would that add to the price of the study?
We can certainly stay within that 10%, I believe.
All right. Fair enough. Mr. McBoy?
I was only going to say that if we're worried about the cost of enforcement, I heard all these comments that this program will generate vast amounts of money and that the cost of doing it is much less than that. So I don't quite understand why we would then say expanding it westward would add a burden. Supposedly this is a net buckets of money generator. So
well, let's be clear, a residential permit program is not a revenue generator. Residential permit programs are typically loss leaders because you're charging a nominal fee to your residents, right, for an annual permit. Where the money is made typically in a paid parking program is off the daily and transient parking in the downtown area, and that's relative to the hours of enforcement. But that is the supporting matrix that typically supports the larger parking operation of the residential areas. There are certainly options out there in the marketplace for ways to introduce controlled parking, but still allow it to be free for the businesses. And that certainly could be one of the things that we examined as we looked at the options for how to control parking demand, because that is really what it's about. It's about controlling the parking demand at the curb. Your most valuable real estate for parking is at the curb. It's the closest proximity spaces that the customers can have to their destinations. And without controls, what happens is those spaces are abused and they don't turn over. So the first issue is to try and get those spaces turning over, and fees are the most often used way to achieve that goal. But it's not the only way.
Well, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on. New business B. Ordinance 2025-14. Amendments to chapter 21 traffic. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 21 traffic, article 2, parking, stopping and standing, adding section 21-33.4, all night parking to regulate hours for on-street parking on certain streets, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay. Would you like to do Mr. Segrich?
So when I originally read this, I felt it was too broad and that we needed to kind of narrow it down. And I started to worry about, some of the businesses that are open to 2 a.m. and their employees getting off at 3 and so on. But the city attorney did clarify for me that we have or otherwise posted, which means that particular to an individual area, we can make various adjustments based on our signage, which addressed that concern for me. My only other major concern, and I voiced this to the attorney and city manager, is that as part of our enforceability plan, we do need tow zones or boots or something that's a little bit more severe than just your ticket. One of the concerns that was raised there was the proliferation of signage that may or may not, or most likely will be required to actually achieve that. And I did some research, and it seems like they were more recommendations than actual required signage distances. But I would be in favor of moving this forward with the city attorney and staff coming back with somehow handling the immediate tow zones. And the particular problem that's happening now with the red tags is, especially on like East Coast and H, we'll red tag a vehicle and they'll just move it 3 spaces, a block, and we have to red tag it again. And it's a clown show. It's just like we're rotating cars. We need the ability to boot or tow with some sort of expedience.
But you did get from our attorney the email today with all that about booting?
Haven't gone through it yet.
Okay, she said we have an ordinance that takes care of that, actually. It lays out what needs to be done before you can boot.
Then why aren't we doing it?
Well, I don't know that we're not. Actually, I've got
Is it
complaints about
the
people.
5-day program or is it?
I've gotten complaints from people that got booted.
Maybe they're not smart enough to move it every 3
Well, I
seconds.
didn't give them any sympathy.
I can tell you that you have code provisions that talk about impoundment and immobilization, but I will leave it to your parking staff to tell you how that works here in the city.
So we currently have Carlos Bastos, parking manager. So in order for us to boot a vehicle, we have to have 3 citations issued to the vehicle, and then we can boot it.
Could you speak up a little bit? I don't know if people out there can hear you. Or up here.
So for our booting process, we have 3 citation issue.
In what period of time?
It could be
An hour?
It could be within a day, or 4 hours. Actually, it's something in our
Okay.
board. So once we issue citations, it's 3 outstanding citation. It becomes a scofflaw. We could boot that vehicle, and that's what we've been doing lately. We've been finding a lot of vehicles scofflaw. We've been booting a lot of it. Last year, we did a lot of booting. And then we go through the process of issuing the boot, and then go into the process of towing 24 hours later, towing the vehicle. So that's the process for booting. And as far as the 24 hours notice, like Mr. Segner said, we go through the process of issuing a 24-hour notice, but if they move the vehicle, we have to start that process over again.
Yeah.
There are instances that we could have to follow the section that is on the code that we follow through. If the vehicle is blocking a roadway, and then we might have the ability to tow, but faster.
So just to clarify, once they get 3 citations in what period? Do we have a set period, like 3 citations within a month, 3 citations within a 6-month period?
3 citations in the record. So we'll be able to tow that again.
So if I got 1 citation a year for 3 years, then you could instantly boot me on the 3rd one?
Yes, it stays in our records. So once you have those 3 citations, it becomes
So I think that's a little too open-ended. I think having a set time period of maybe 120 days, 3 citations, or open for choices in that, but just have it open-ended forever. Like once you've actually gotten 3 parking tickets, you're just going to keep getting booted.
I think not.
No, not in the same.
No, it's just
No.
period.
I have a question along those same lines, if you don't mind, Mr. Segridge. Are those unpaid parking tickets or paid? If you pay them, because that's my question. If you're talking about tickets that have not been paid,
Correct.
but if I get a ticket and I pay it, I'm not
Use that, then resets,
Right.
and you're good to go.
Yeah, that was the thing. I got a very upset man because he got booted and towed, and I said, "Well, why do you think that happened?" And I called parking, and it was 6 parking violations. He had never, so it's. And another one was employee parked in front of his business. My question, in terms of my time, is: do we have people between 1 and 7 in the morning that can enforce this? That's my other question.
So that's part of new hiring staff that we're going through the process of getting new.
So the answer is yes, we will.
So we kind of want to expand a little bit. We'll go into details with probably
Okay.
the folks to see how we
All
can
right.
expand.
That was my
as
one
far as
concern. If there's nobody here doing it.
And also the touch bases, how will we enforce the time to tow a zone will be, we have a lot of LPR systems that track those vehicles. So we can scan those vehicles and then come back the next day, make sure if they haven't moved, we issue a citation, go through the process steps of towing.
And do it, give them another
And
citation.
then give it on a citation, then come back and just issue 24-hour notice and then.
Oh, great, thank you.
Don't worry.
I have a motion and a second. I haven't got, okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards?
I have one comment.
Okay, Jackson Stahl. Here we go.
Jackson Stall, 211 North Lakeside. Okay, I don't have a lot to say here other than I think this is a good idea. It's the same thing I was just talking about. We gotta clean up. It's ridiculous to have these vehicles laying around all over the place, and I had no idea you're playing clown car with them. That's infuriating. And you do see it, especially like whenever I'm by Benjamin Moore or like back in more of the industrial areas, it is like insane. Or like the brewery is at Matthews. It's like you go over there, if you drive, it's like, man, there's a lot of vehicles, and you realize it's actually from, I think, a lot of the auto shops. Not that I want to put them out there or whatever, but it's, you can't like, it's not your personal, garage. It can't be the street. So I'm all for it.
Thank you. Yeah. Madam Clerk?
Okay, the one comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. This seems like a terrible idea, or the backup materials from staff is misrepresenting the goal. The backup states the city's current code does not adequately regulate overnight parking in designated areas. This ordinance establishes a new section to prohibit all night parking on city streets and parking garage and in surface lots between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m., although it's 1:30 to 6:30, unless otherwise posted. As the backup is drafted, that appears to ban all on-street parking anywhere in the city unless it is posted that on-street parking is allowed. So every resident that parks in front of their home will not be allowed to do so, or is the city going to have to install signs on every city block allowing overnight parking? That's my only comment on this item.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Mr. Segridge.
Could we get clarification? That does seem like a pretty, maybe from the attorney, is the way this is written,
The street.
allow overnight parking?
It's the first line, parking on any street marked to prohibit all night parking.
So it has to have a sign that
Yeah.
says no.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Mr. Waters has a name for it. This is an inclusive code or an exclusive code or one of those things, but you can park in residential area unless it says no. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge?
I would like to see an update to address habitual offenders in a short period of time, whether they pay the ticket or not pay the ticket. Because they're in Boston, I knew people that would just pay the ticket. It was cheaper than paying for parking or getting, an off-street spot. I'm not saying we have that problem, but we do have some habitual offenders who I think would just rather pay it and charge their client the extra $40 a day if they get caught. And so I would think 3 tickets within, a 60-day window or 120-day window should also flag them in addition to the 3 unpaid parking.
What do people think?
I mean, I think it's a little bit
That would be have to
outside.
come back separately from this.
Yeah, that'd be a separate
Separate
thing.
ordinance.
Yeah. So, we can certainly address that, but that's not this. Okay, so, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Oh,
Madam Mayor,
yes, sir.
just before we move off of that, do we have consensus for staff to look into what Commissioner Segwich just brought up and bring that back at some point in time?
Yes. Yes.
With the suggestion?
I would say
Yes,
yes.
I consent.
Consenting.
Thank you. Okay, resolution 51 2025 sunsetting the Waterways Advisory Board. I've got to go upstairs. Madam Pro Tem, will you take over? from there?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Okay. All of a sudden I feel in charge.
Motion to approve?
Okay, do I have a second?
Madam Pro Tem?
Yes, Commissioner Maliga is not there anymore.
Oh, no.
No, we don't have a quorum.
Quorum. Well,
Well, you do have a quorum.
yeah, but I can't vote.
You
I mean,
can
I can't second.
Yes, you can.
Oh, I can
Right,
pass.
but I just want to let you all know that Vaughn Baker,
I see, yeah, we see her.
she's there in case you want to hear from her first and wait for the mayor to come back in order to have enough people to vote.
Okay, well, let's, I'll pass the gavel
Just so
to,
you know, you don't have to pass the gavel to second, only
Oh.
to make the motion.
sorry, that's so wonderful. Give me it back. Okay. I can second then. So let's hear from Miss Baker. Mrs. Baker.
Hello. Vaughn Baker, Water Utilities. So the Waterways Board has not met since I have stepped into the role of director, but from what I understand, there are only 3 remaining members, so they do not have a quorum. We also don't have any jurisdiction over the waterways in question. So from some of the meeting minutes that I was looking over as I researched this topic, it seems as though they were just kind of discussing general water utilities matters, which, you know, doesn't necessarily seem like the purpose of a waterways board. Additionally, I would just say that I had reached out to the 3 remaining members asking if anybody had interest in continuing this board and did not hear back. But I do think that it would be a much better group as a committee rather than a board, because there's not necessarily any actions that we can take.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I have a couple, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take the in-person one first and then we'll do that. So Ms. Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I think you should sunset this board. You don't have any, as Vaughn said, you don't have any jurisdiction over waterways. This was really the C-51 Canal Board that was then turned into the Waterways Board. They didn't really do anything. Obviously, the 3 members left don't have any interest in being on it. So I think you should just sunset the board.
Thank you. Ms. Coyne, go ahead.
Okay, the first comments from Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. Our waterways are among our greatest treasures, from the ocean to Lake Worth Lagoon, C-51, and Lake Osborne. A waterways board comprised of passionate residents who kayak, sail, paddleboard, and more can serve as a valuable advisor to the City Commission. This board can help improve and enhance our lagoon shoreline, waterfront access points, and waterfront street end parks, ensuring they are welcoming and accessible to all. Additionally, the Waterways Board can play a crucial role in protecting the cherished spaces like Spillway Park, preventing intrusive developments such as boat lifts, and assist in planning amenities like kayak launches that encourage responsible, enjoyable water recreation. Together, we can safeguard and celebrate our waterfronts as vibrant community assets for residents and visitors alike. And my second and last comments from Ginny Powell. 224 North Palmway. I am again sunsetting the Waterways Advisory Board. The city has several miles of direct coastline along the Lake Worth Lagoon, and the C-51 Canal serves as the city's north boundary. These are two good reasons that we would want to keep this board operational. Perhaps we can simply put the board into some sort of inactive status. Also something to consider, I think there is still a possibility that Lake Clark Shores and private interests west of the C-51 control structure will continue their efforts to engineer a way for boats to get around the control structure, giving property owners west of the structure access to the Lake Worth Lagoon and open ocean. If they succeed, it would dramatically increase their property values, yet do nothing for our city except create a myriad of headaches. If this issue comes up again, the board can be reactivated on short notice to help address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFoy.
Thank you. I too am opposed to sunsetting the board. I hear the concerns. I hear Ms. Baker's concern that having the board talk about the water utility is certainly not the purpose of the board, what it was envisioned for. I don't know why that happened, but other than getting people together, they will find things to complain about the city. That could be. But I agree with the comments from some of the public comments that have been made that we are quite fortunate to have water resources close to us, and we have underdeveloped, particularly from a tourism point of view or a service to residents point of view, we've underdeveloped usage of those water resources, especially for non-motorized canoes, kayaks, paddleboards, whatever. And I think it would be quite useful to have a board of people who are interested in that. We have a broad problem with boards that if the commission doesn't really pay any attention to them, doesn't listen to them or ask them for advice, it's sort of demotivating to serve on a board. So we might want to address that a little bit, but that's a separate thing. I would keep the board going. I would, I thought the idea of Ms. Silverblatt, you might want to have the board, maybe you don't necessarily have them meet all that often, but that you can activate them, particularly that concern. I think it's a realistic prediction that the boat lift or some similar idea will come back again, and it's worth having a board of people who look out for Lake Worth's interest in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
And there's no cost to us, I don't think.
So this is a question, I guess, for Jamie or staff. I know we have our open spaces plan being developed, which encompasses some of our parks, but also imagined some creative usage of the Lake Worth Lagoon and so on. Do we have any kind of citizen advisory board that's going to be reviewing the open spaces plan or something like that?
No, not currently.
Okay. Because I do hear Mr. McVoy's concern about, you know, some of the more recreational activities and creative uses for our waterways. I don't know if this board should morph into that, or if it should be some sort of a newly created board when we review the rest of the boards. I would say at this point, there's nothing stopping us from implementing that when we next review. And I think it's on an upcoming agenda sometime soon to review all of the boards and kind of decide yay or nay what we have and so on. I would prefer a clean break and a clear charter message for a board that would handle some of those things that you brought up. So I would be more in favor of sunsetting this, just having a clean break. And then if we do find the need for a board that deals with more of the recreational use of the water and environmental use of the water, to establish that specifically for that.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just a reminder that, you know, this kind of came about when they had the whole Blue Way Trail, the county, which has disappeared. And there really has been no additional discussion. So that's why there really has been nothing going on. Now, again, if we want this to morph into something different, other than the Blue Way Trail, that's a different board.
Okay, so we have a
I would prefer
motion.
clean break.
We have a motion to sunset it. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Can we vote 2-1? Is that enough?
No, I'm here.
Sure.
I'm really enjoying this. You're not getting
I
it
know.
back.
Just wait, give it a couple days. Okay, I will vote aye, but I'm sorry, I missed some of the conversation. I think that we do have issues that we need to address. As they come up, I would say, let's address them. The Blue Way, the boat thing at Spillway Park says right now it's gone away, but I want to make sure that we don't lose that sight of that. And I think we have at least one person on the board, on the commission, that will keep an eye on that for us.
I think we have not many.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, and I will say, should that ever come back again, obviously that's something that's going to directly affect this. If it's still away, we would then want to, just like we did when Brian Shields was here as the water utility director, we would then, Vaughn being our utility director, we would then want to make sure we have someone on that countywide committee since it's right here. So should that come back again, I just want to make sure everyone understands we wouldn't have a part of it, obviously.
And I just wanted, I mean, I would stay consistent with my idea about my belief about that transport boat thing at Suns. That was a bad idea. Okay, so I'm an aye. So
Sorry.
all right. So
So the motion passes, but it's a 10:47. We cannot do anything.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. But
as they turn on
we
you.
can still have the commissioner reports, the city manager's report, and the city attorney's report. We can't bring up any new agenda items, but we can continue with the things that are left on the agenda.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Mayor's gonna take this back then.
It's not. All right, District 1, let's start with Ms. Malega. Do you have something? Oh, she's gone. Okay. Hi, Vaughn. Good to see you up there. Bye, Vaughn. Okay, District 2.
In the interest of our late meeting last night, I'm only going to speak for half an hour tonight. Next.
Ms. May?
Ditto.
Mr. Zegridge? There's
No
more
report at
pressure
this
here.
time.
Okay, thank you. And I will do the same because it's almost 11 o'clock. Mr. City Manager, would you like to?
I will shorten it. I'll just have just one thing. Staff did meet with Palm Beach County Environmental Resources Management yesterday, as well as with parking. They're not here anymore. And also representatives from the Green Market. They are going to be, they're putting it for permit right now, but in April is the estimated schedule right now, the start time. So right after season and then finishing before season starts again. Installing a fixed dock at the west end of Old Bridge Park. So they'll be doing some work from a barge, some work from Old Bridge Park. We are working out the details right now as far as how many spaces. It's not going to affect the Green Market. We're going to coordinate with them, but it's a benefit to the city. So we're going to work with them on that.
I thank you.
Yep.
I did have one thing I wanted to say because it was very disturbing when Mr. Brown came to me and said that I had said something that was on the record that was completely inappropriate. And I had to sit here and think, why? Apparently that was disgusting, but we did it anyway. What I have to respond to this. If any of you noticed, last night we ate a lot of candy and it was disgusting, but we did it anyway. That was the reference. If any of our staff needs, when you said that, I was like, what? Because I mean, it was just after the staff, appreciation, and I appreciate our staff. So I could not figure. I'm sitting. I'm like, wait a minute. We ate all this candy, and it was disgusting, but we did it anyway. So I just wanted to put that on the record that I meant no reference to anybody in our staff, and it was disgusting.
I will make sure to relay that. Again, I was just giving information. I'm up here, so I don't know.
No, I'm so glad you brought that to my attention because I did not want that to go. I've been misquoted before or out of context quoted. So thank you. So with that, I
motion to adjourn.
What?
I'm sorry, does the city attorney have a report?
Well, we're going to ask her now, Miss.
I just wanted to, I have some, I think, good news today. Get as well. So recently, there was a property owner who came forward to the city. They were looking to sell their property, but they had 22 open code liens on their properties. So we worked with them to bring them into compliance and bring their case to the magistrate for a fine reduction in consideration of their sale. It went to closing today, and the city has received over $400,000.
Love it. Well, that pays for Ziskovich.
Reduced from over 6 million.
Wow. Where was it? What place?
On North G Street.
On North G Street. Okay, thank you very much.
Wow.
All right,
They didn't get any money for that place.
so we just paid for the studies. Right, really? Okay, we have a motion, a second. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Sorry, who made the motion?
Ms. May,
And the second was?
Mr. Secretary.